competition. Evade pursuing players. Clever concealment. Where's the safest place to hide? Master the Shadow Blade. Deflect projectiles to defeat enemies. Attain victory! Go to World of Wonder to try out more interesting maps.
Want to experience fast-paced gunfights? Then you definitely can't miss PUBG Mobile's Arena Mode. It's the perfect battleground to hone your skills. Arena features a variety of gameplays with some shared traits. You can slide, automatically heal when outside of combat, and have infinite respawns during the match. Don't worry about becoming a crate and focus on pure combat fun. Team Deathmatch. Before the match, you need to go to the loadout to equip weapons, attachments, and throwables. Arena training. Weapons can be freely picked up at the spawn point. No need to worry about loadouts in advance. Gun game is full of random fun. Every time you defeat an enemy, your weapon will change to something else, from SMGs to rifles to sniper rifles, with the final blow from a can. Experience the thrill of eliminating enemies with various weapons. Complete arena matches to earn 2 growth gifts. Evo EXP. Increase Evo level to unlock more firearms. Weapon mastery. Increase mastery to unlock more attachments. Want to prove your strength? Join Ranked Arena. Your judgment and on-the-spot decisions are key to victory. The top 1,000 ranked players at the end of the season can obtain the Arena Dominator title. Climb the tiers to get more exclusive arena rewards. Join the arena now and be the next legend.
Now, classic maps are here! Experience familiar gameplay, fun reimagined. Start a hide-and-seek competition. Evade pursuing players. Clever concealment. Where's the safest place to hide? Master the Shadow Blade. Deflect projectiles to defeat enemies. Attain victory! Go to World of Wonder to try out more interesting maps.
Want to experience fast-paced gunfights? Then you definitely can't miss PUBG Mobile's Arena Mode. It's the perfect battleground to hone your skills. Arena features a variety of gameplays with some shared traits. You can slide, automatically heal when outside of combat, and have infinite respawns during the match. Don't worry about becoming a crate and focus on pure combat fun. Team Deathmatch. Before the match, you need to go to the loadout to equip weapons, attachments, and throwables. Arena training. Weapons can be freely picked up at the spawn point. No need to worry about loadouts in advance. Gun game is full of random fun. Every time you defeat an enemy, your weapon will change to something else, from SMGs to rifles to sniper rifles, with the final blow from the pan. Experience the thrill of eliminating enemies with various weapons. Complete arena matches to earn 2 growth gifts. Evo EXP. Increase Evo level to unlock more firearms. Weapon mastery. Increase mastery to unlock more attachments. Want to prove your strength? Join Ranked Arena. Your judgment and on-the-spot decisions are key to victory. The top 1,000 ranked players at the end of the season can obtain the Arena Dominator title. Climb the tiers to get more exclusive arena rewards. Join the arena now and be the next legend.
Now, classic maps are here! Experience familiar gameplay, fun reimagined. Start a hide-and-seek competition. Evade pursuing players. Clever concealment. Where's the safest place to hide? Master the Shadow Blade. Deflect projectiles to defeat enemies. Attain victory! Go to World of Wonder to try out more interesting maps.
Want to experience fast-paced gunfights? Then you definitely can't miss PUBG Mobile's Arena Mode. It's the perfect battleground to hone your skills. Arena features a variety of gameplay with some shared traits. You can slide, automatically heal when outside of combat, and have infinite respawns during the match. Don't worry about becoming a crate and focus on pure combat fun. Team Deathmatch. Before the match, you need to go to the loadout to equip weapons, attachments, and throwables. Arena training. Weapons can be freely picked up at the spawn point. No need to worry about loadouts in advance. Gun game is full of random fun. Every time you defeat an enemy, your weapon will change to something else, from SMGs to rifles to sniper rifles, with the final blow from the pan. Experience the thrill of eliminating enemies with various weapons. Complete arena matches to earn 2 growth gifts. Evo EXP. Increase Evo level to unlock more firearms. Weapon mastery. Increase mastery to unlock more attachments. Want to prove your strength? Join Ranked Arena. Your judgment and on-the-spot decisions are key to victory. The top 1,000 ranked players at the end of the season can obtain the Arena Dominator title. Climb the tiers to get more exclusive arena rewards. Join the arena now and be the next legend.
classic maps are here! Experience familiar gameplay, fun reimagined. Start a hide-and-seek competition. Evade pursuing players. Clever concealment. Where's the safest place to hide? Master the Shadow Blade. Deflect projectiles to defeat enemies. Attain victory! Go to World of Wonder to try out more interesting maps.
Want to experience fast-paced gunfights? Then you definitely can't miss PUBG Mobile's Arena Mode. It's the perfect battleground to hone your skills. Arena features a variety of gameplay with some shared traits. You can slide, automatically heal when outside of combat, and have infinite respawns during the match. Don't worry about becoming a crate and focus on pure combat fun. Team Deathmatch. Before the match, you need to go to the loadout to equip weapons, attachments, and throwables. Arena training. Weapons can be freely picked up at the spawn point. No need to worry about loadouts in advance. Gun game is full of random fun. Every time you defeat an enemy, your weapon will change to something else, from SMGs to rifles to sniper rifles, with the final blow from the pan. Experience the thrill of eliminating enemies with various weapons. Complete arena matches to earn 2 growth gifts. Evo EXP. Increase Evo level to unlock more firearms. Weapon mastery. Increase mastery to unlock more attachments. Want to prove your strength? Join Ranked Arena. Your judgment and on-the-spot decisions are key to victory. The top 1,000 ranked players at the end of the season can obtain the Arena Dominator title. Climb the tiers to get more exclusive arena rewards. Join the arena now and be the next legend.
From the soil reborn life spreads, hidden roots beneath our lands, primal beings where ages spreads. Can you hear the ancient call? To the roots, unto the sky, watch the darkness lick one fly. From the ashes green will grow, where starlight waves a living bread, burn the light, the veil of decay.
And we are live. Good evening, everyone, to all PUBG Mobile fans. Welcome, of course, to the Heartbreak Warfare PUBG Mobile, sanctioned by Tencent Mobile. My name is JD, and of course, caster for this evening, and as well, We have Mischievous Gaming with us tonight.
Hello, everyone. It's really great to be back. And of course, welcome to another night of fun action here in PUBG Mobile. Most especially, this is the month of love. But unfortunately, this will be the tournament that will make or break, or at what my partner said, heart breaks the players once they achieve the grand final, since this will be at the day number one. But really, how's the atmosphere to you this month of February?
I think we lost a bit of audio here.
Yeah, yeah, no.
And sorry about that. We are having some interesting moments here at the back, as always. But nevertheless, question. My Valentine's, it's always gonna be with mom, as always. That's
Aw.
all the thing. That's all I can say.
Well, well, it's great to be, having that shared moments with our Valentines, with our, significant others or loved ones. But right now, for today, we will be sharing this moment to our amazing teams as we are now flashing them on the screen. So we can see here 214, personalized for our esports, execration, not so good games, Lux International, Alpace Esports, Hive All Stars, Replay Esports Vitality, Sex Hydra, Azrael Pro, Barangay Tactics, Misfits International, Exquisite Esports, Karma Gaming, Flickr Esports for Kings, and last but definitely not the least, Azrael Blitz.
Then, sorry. There you go.
Yeah. Mhm.
Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties on my end. I'm actually hearing myself twice. But nevertheless, yeah. Yeah, that is our team lineup for this evening. Of
Mhm.
course, this is a 3-day grand finals for PUBG Mobile here at Heartbreak Warfare. And it's going to be 3 nights of non-stop action. And of course, fun moments for all our audience this evening.
Yes, yes, indeed. Because again, this will be a fun evening for everyone. Since again, this will be the challenge of our teams to really break into securing the slot into the grand finals, because since we will be implementing a smash rule later on. But later on into that. But right now we will be having our map rotations, and Dad, I can sincerely say I'm very excited for the maps, as we are now seeing Rondo as our first map for this evening.
Yep. Interesting. For those who haven't been
Mhm,
into the PUBG Mobile scene, now Rondo is actually one of our new maps, but it is an interesting lineup here for this
mhm,
evening. Rondo has become basically the warm up map for all PUBG Mobile tournaments. But what's great about this map as well is that it is very diverse. It's basically a mix of everything that you're gonna have for Erangel
mhm.
and Miramar, which are our other two maps for the matches, the games that we're gonna have for this evening.
Yes, definitely. And just to add on, a fun fact with Rondo, if you are playing PUBG Mobile for quite some time, I know some of you has already played this map, and one of the specialties of this map is that you can you can revive your teammates. So that's another added pressure for the other competing teams once we enter the Rondo map.
Definitely, that's a new way to basically play the game, and at the same time, for
Mhm.
those who are really, I guess, a veteran of the game, revive is just
Mhm.
gonna be an extra thing for them to make the
Mhm.
game a little bit more interesting for them. And at the same time, the revive option, of course, would be a chance for other teams who may not have a good start. Of course, you always have those days that you don't really uh, have your footing yet in your first game and what have you. Ronda would be the best way to do that. So if you have
Mhm.
any jitters for the competition right now, maybe Rondo and of course the opportunity to revive your teammates will definitely help you out as you progress through the next maps for tonight.
Yes, definitely. As we say it, shaking off those pressures and, of course, shaking off those cold toes for our players. And I think it's a really great opportunity to really maximize the rondo map onto the early stages. But right now, again, let's talk about the teams. So we were able to see some familiar teams such as Execution and Hive, and most especially Hive knowing to be the best, or not be the best, but one of the best teams really competing in PUBG Mobile. So, how do you feel about this competition, Dad?
Now, of course, I guess let's start first with the execution and high
Mhm,
being, I guess, what we would call veteran teams
mhm,
for this evening. Now, for the rest of the squads here for tonight,
mhm.
although I'm sure for their respective fans, they definitely have something to prove as well for this evening. The fact that they were able to go through all of our group stage and our qualifiers says a lot already about them. But of course, your name is just a name until you actually play the game. So it's really a
Love it.
matter of how they're going to perform for the next 3 days. Again, if we will have our smash rule for for day three, that is going to
Mhm,
be a significant game changer for all of our teams. So my suggestion for all of these teams, make sure to really pop off real well for at least day one. If anything goes
mhm.
wrong on day two, at least you have the opportunity to make it well for day three. So that's really the nice setup here for our competition for our grand final, since it's a 3 day event rather than just a one night offer. So again, hoping that you have good connection, good chemistry, and good support from your teammates, because this is gonna be an absolutely banger this evening. Again, this is just day one of the 3 day grand finals that we're gonna have here at Heartbreak Warfare.
Definitely, and I really love what you said, Dad. On your name is just a name without you even proving something. So I think that's a really great impact that our teams needs to understand. Since again, here in PUBG Mobile, you need to be more competitive than ever because some tournaments are just just practice grounds for you, but knowing these veteran teams, every tournament is a possibility for them to be even more recognized, as we are now seeing so many grassroots teams right now, such as Barangay Tactics, Karma Gaming. So these are some of the new names that maybe potentially be one of the dark horses later on. Let's see. That's why I'm very really excited because you're not just seeing here the veterans, but also some of those aspiring amateur and grassroots teams, and squads. So adding it into more flavor towards the tournaments. That's why I'm really really excited to see how they will be performing against the veterans.
Yeah, definitely for the veterans, this is of course perhaps it's not gonna be a walk on the park for them for sure. But
Exactly.
definitely you would expect these veterans to really perform well, or at least if they're mixed in with newbies, or at least probably some squads that
Mhm.
have not really had their own major tournaments at this point, probably just a few scrims are there. This would be a great opportunity for them to really feel that pressure, understand what it takes to become a pro player, and then use this opportunity to really improve their game. Now, for the newbies or even for the grassroots who are
Mhm.
basically working on their own, no veterans on their side, just pure skills, this is a great opportunity for them as well to really prove themselves who they are, what they're capable of. And at the same time, perhaps, maybe there are pro teams out there using this opportunity, these competitions, to scout their next players that they will bring
Mhm.
into the pro scene. So that's really something that I guess for these players they can look forward to. But for now, they have to
Mhm.
focus on what's at hand, and basically that is first game, rondo map, play it well. Hopefully they have understand the map really well, perform your tactics. This is a nice terrain and map setup,
Mhm.
so it's gonna be favorable whether you're on the newbie side or you're on a mega
Mhm.
pro scene. And here we go. Game one is on our way. Match one of 18 for this evening. Best of luck to all our teams for this evening. Please make sure to shout them out and, of course, cheer them on the comment section below as we again head out to Rondo for match number one.
Okay, and now we're going to start our match with Rondo as the starting match. So we can see here our southern side of the map, the heading downwards to Long Ho is our trajectory. So some of the teams may not be capitalizing on the early grounds that will be able to capitalize, but right now what I feel that we may be having to potentially see clashing will be from Yunlin or Danqing, because again, the amount of resources that they can gather to coming from that specific location can really bring them to the last portion of this game. So let's see on how they will be able to handle that kind of pressure, because again, all of the resources will be limited, and at the same time the zone will be catching on real soon as we transition into the latter parts of the segment.
That is for sure. Now, resources and everything else in between is some of the basic things that they will have
Mhm.
to worry about. But of course, the way things work right now, I guess for most of these squads, really how well
Mm.
they're going to perform wherever they're landing right now and how significant the resources that they're going to have at this point. So, interestingly, we're going to have our zone basically at the southwest side of our
Mm.
map. Most of our teams back at the northeast side. So, this is going to be a long walk for most of these teams, but let's see. I guess for some of them, still up in the air with squad number 4 and number 1 up there already for the engagement. But so far, still a sign, kind of a peaceful setup here. But Hachi won the elimination already from their end for their team. So let's see how well they really perform here for Rondo. This is going to be an exciting thing for me as well, since honestly
Mhm.
speaking, this is my first time moving in on the Rondo side from the caster stage, because you
Mhm.
play the game, it's kind of different when you're seeing it from this side of the fence. So let's see how well these teams perform. But Angry said not really the good situation here so far. Hopefully the team will still have the opportunity to get him back in the game in just a bit.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. So we're going to see here Alpace Esports trying to revive one of their members while having to trying to engage with replay. So something that we can really anticipate drawing down other members coming from the different squads. So twinkling them down even to smaller numbers. But right now, I think some of them are trying to play the cat and mouse game. So whichever goes first that tries to initiate an attack will definitely have to suffer the consequences. But in terms if you're the mouse, you need to be more precise and mobile enough just to save your teammates. But as we can see here, Alpace is now trying to revive their teammate.
Said we'll definitely have another day to play for this one, at least say by that
Mm-hmm.
smoke screen for courtesy of 7, I guess, at this point. But still no significant engagement from squad number 4 here for the night. So far, it's still going to be a quick setup, I guess, for these guys. But still, this time, we're going to check in squad number 15, Exquisite Esports, coming in here through the smokes. Let's see who they're dealing with right now. I believe it's
Mm-hmm.
another squad here from the side, but perhaps they're just trying to preempt here. Not really sure if they have someone there, but this is what you really need to understand when it comes to this game. You cannot always assume that there's no one there. You'll have to assume that there is someone. Of course, use your ears
Yes.
very well, use those comms very well, and understand perhaps where your teammates are. But so far, if there's nothing going on, get as much as resources as one, play the game right, find your best weapons as much as you can. But if not, you'll have to make sure that you know and understand whatever weapon that you can have to deal with. Because I guess for some of
Mhm.
these players, particularly the pro side, there has been a shotgun meta, right?
Yes, correct. And and I think it's been one of those dominant metas that we are now noticing when it comes to the end game portions of each matches. But here, before we head on to that, we can see here Team Flickers is trying to engage with Team of 15 or Squad number 15, which is Exquisite Esports. But right now, Flicker is trying to get into the members and now invading into the house. And as we see now, two members down for the side of Exquisite, having four members of Flickr trying to run down other team members of Exquisite. So I think this is an additional pressure point for now with Team Exquisite Esports.
Like esports down to 3 at this point. Explicit not also good start right now, but I guess there is one
Mhm.
more team who might be playing in the mix here. Scored squad number 12. That is Azrael Pro. Just peeking in on the side, but blank, shutting down one member from Flick right there off screen for that game. And now we have here Nero trying to just probably spot Jin from the far end. Perhaps just
Ooh.
trying to decide whether it's not going to be engaging. But we're going to leave them first here. As Barangay is not in a good situation here. Barangay Tactics dealing with some onslaughts here. One down member here. Far end dealing with squad number 5. That's Execration. Nade pops off. Will not connect, but still a
Oh!
shutdown. Oh, to Hachi. Jin here from the other side. Nade to nade situation. But this time dealing with another squad here.
Ow!
Kratos down and out. Seven. Oh, this is just absolutely crazy here. Said shutting down one member there. It is Angry Replay and everybody else just gunning up on everybody here. Not sure who's who, but you really have to catch on. But coming back to Barangay here. Nate coming up. Not a good situation from their end. Execution also trying to just shake them off. But meanwhile, Replay here, Jin trying to spot. But well, ooh, but the gunfight could not deliver,
Ooh.
unfortunately. Nero shuts down Jin with that. And that is it for them so far. But Barangay still alive and kicking, surviving. But of course, their Kyongri is not in a good state here. But Eloy and Chi still good. Hachi still down. Still dealing with execution from the far end. But I guess there will have some peace for now. As definitely execution has pulled off from that initial engagement. They have an opportunity to get their other team members back in the game.
Exactly, and I love seeing team execution, team replay having to really fight off other team members or team squads, just to try to twinkle them down. But here we're going to see two members of team execution now riding onto the buggy, now entering the stadium just to gather a little bit more resources before the blue zone really gets into them. But as I mentioned a while ago, I think one of the key strategies right now of the teams is as much as possible, they want to disengage and be spotted by enemy team members because again, at the end of the day, whichever spot that you'll be taking and considering the chicken winner dinner, will be having much more higher points compared to the kill counts. But then again, kill points is also good, but as much as possible, you want to get that chicken dinner as safe as possible and well equipped with all of those loots that you were able to gather during the early stages of the game.
That's correct. Well, it's gonna be a question of whether or not you play it safe or you play it in an
Mhm.
aggressive state right now. Speaking of aggressive state, Swag here, through and through, long range could not deliver just yet. But on the other side, as we check the map, a lot of the
Mhm.
teams still out in the blue zone right now with
Ouch!
only a few one inside our primary zone here. So this is
Mhm.
going to be a race for most of these teams playing the long game here. Hopefully, they have enough equipment or at least a vehicle to get them through the safe
Mhm.
zone. But if not, these we're going to have at least 50% of these teams eliminated by the blue zone. Something we don't really want because we want to see some action here, ladies and gentlemen.
I like what you said there. Most probably the MVP will be here. Will be the blue zone trying to eliminate 50% of the population that we're seeing right now. But again, we want to see some action later on the stages of this game. But going back to what we're seeing right now, some of the teams that luckily got inside the safe zone has already situated themselves and now found the perfect spots or opportunities or heights that may lead them to victory. But then again, it boils down on what equipment that they brought while they were entering the blue zone, sorry, the safe zone, or were they not readily equipped because they jumped so early into the stage wherein they weren't able to gather the necessary equipment.
Yeah. Yeah, what I actually like about this Rondo map is when it comes to the equipments, there's a lot of structures that you could basically loot, which means you
Right.
will have something, regardless of whether it's just gonna be whether or not you're familiar with your weapon, you're familiar with its recoil pattern, what have you. But whatever is
Exactly.
available, use it to your advantage. And speaking of advantage here, 3v1 situation here between Azrael Pro and of course Mercs for a hire. Kiara all alone here from the other side of this fence. Nate's coming in, trying to flush Kiara out, but still alive and kicking. As Azra perhaps trying to find a better way or safe way to get that kill for their end. 4 frags already for sorry. Yes. 4 frags for Azrael Pro already at this point with Nero down already, but still perhaps have a chance to come back into the game in just a bit. But for now, so far, check on our stats. 16 teams still alive and kicking, but we only have 61 players for this evening as we're inching away to our next safe zone.
All right. So as time goes by, the zone is keeping in, while other members are now starting to initiate those members that trying to get inside the safe zone has because he here squad number 7 Lokes International are trying to get some of the members coming from Exquisite, but then again they certainly have a vehicle to evade with, but that will be only for a short-term basis. They need to land the shots as early as possible in order for them to at least gain kill points. But in terms of the placements that they're having right now, it's going to be a very, very hard time. But here, in the perspective of Lokes International, maybe they were able to escape and found a safe area that they can, get their footing and, of course, relax for a bit because, again, there are now still a large number of teams still readily available inside the map.
Yeah, definitely. For these teams, getting that perfect spot is really good. But I don't really like at this point that how the map is working. As you can see
Oh.
here, 4 hour zone. There is gonna be a lot of open spaces for this one. But of course, as you can see, Mercs for hire actually have a good spot for them right now in the building structure. For the rest, it's gonna be almost an open territory. And good job for most of these teams. They were not eliminated by the zone, so we'll definitely be seeing more action within the next few minutes. Now, I actually want to just quickly discuss when it comes to like taking
Mhm.
out your opponents. Whether or not you're able to take down that kill at certain situations, if you're able to let them use their resources, let them heal up, or at least whatever loot that they're gonna use, if you're able to waste it for them by engaging indirectly or sorry, yeah, by engaging indirectly, that's gonna be a
Mhm.
significant advantage for you. So let's say if you're already dealing with some players that have really been trying to push out, they're just been healing and
Mhm.
healing and healing. They're not gonna have enough plates ready for their end. By the time that you're able to get through them, it's just gonna be game over. It's an easy kill for you. So that is something that you actually have to consider as well, perhaps.
Mhm.
So those little engagements still does the job. And speaking
Ooh.
of the job, courtesy from that long takedown. Well, of course, right now, squads here fighting it off. Barangay is coming in here with the far end. Not a good situation again for Pyongri trying to stay away. Same thing with Hachi here, using their vehicles to get out of this situation. But that's going to be a good one for them since they already have 4 eliminations. They have to keep making sure that they have the good engagements for this one. Pushing through and through. Long range vehicle gameplay coming in. But the trade for Chi, not good right there. Skadi taken out on the other side. Eloy still alive here, trying to go for the push, trying to take down members of Azra here. Pushing in, Eloy coming from the back. So try to push through.
Oh.
It's still
Oh
a
no.
crossfire here. They're still alive for some reason. Eloy with barely something to go for here, trying to put Chi back in the game. What a move right there. That was just
Oh my
all
god.
balls to the walls, but it worked for him, but might as well.
Yeah, and considering the fights that we were able to engage from that, and luckily they were able to have like some sort of cover using the surroundings or the terrains that they were able to land on. But right now it's more of the hellfire bullets raining down as we're now seeing more and more players coming down, as most especially coming from Execution, now followed by Hive. So we can see here that most of the players are now targeting Hive right now because they are still in the complete team. Dwindling them down in numbers would give the other teams an advantage. But here, oh, okay, I thought it was an enemy team, but I thought it was an enemy team.
I don't understand some of our players like really running through our teammates with a
Yeah,
vehicle.
yeah, yeah.
Guys, we're friends here. Come on. Let's not do that. You're gonna scare us, guys. Anyway, we are back here. 12 teams remaining. That is what our current lineup is. Still a lot of squads alive here, but again, as we've mentioned, for this map, air that we're gonna have is almost gonna be an open space. So those vehicles might be a good stuff for you for cover, but it could be detrimental for you once those nades fly in your direction. But so
Mhm.
far, the calm before the storm is here. As we can check here for Explicit Esports coming in through, but of course Locks from the other side dealing with Azrael. Ooh, as I mentioned, that vehicle can become the death of you if you're not careful. Fram here, hoping for dear life. Barely anything there.
Oh,
Same thing with Sakin. The shutdown is
grenade.
good. Sile from the far end. out in the safe zone. Ooh, but it's the shot from the far end side. Not a good one as well. Azra still pulling off that kill from their team. Meanwhile, replay here still good. 6 frags to their name. An excellent performance so far. Jin needing a bit of assistance here, but they have good setup here because they have this entire house for themselves.
Exactly. So right now they're using the smoke as the cover for them to repatch themselves while regaining the certain visuals coming from the enemy side of the team. But here we can see here Mercs for Hire trying to engage coming from the other team members. But here Irvs was able to secure a kill coming from the side of the team. So I think right now, Works for Hire is not looking good right now. This will be a potential 4v2 situation if one of the members coming from the opposing team will be able to spike um, the other members here. So right now, Karma Gaming also trying to engage, but then again, in terms of quantity, they need to be more strategic.
Strategy definitely is a key thing here, whether you're in the 2v4 situation or still a complete squad at this point. With this squad right here, as you can see, interesting lineup. So you can see for Mercs for Hire, 2 teams here, barely any cover, not a good spot for them. But of course, for squad number 16, this is Karma Gaming. Good terrain setup, but they have to deal with Hive here. But I guess uh Focus is gonna be the all alone here at the setup. Still trying to bravely engage a 4v1 situation. Not gonna be a good setup for him. Range on the side. Momboy and Empress on the other end. So it's gonna be a hard pinch for him, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Cool here. Pops a nade. Perhaps trying to catch somebody. Could not connect just yet. But a good setup for a backstab if it will connect here. I think that's the gameplay here. Let those vehicles play in and catch one. But fortunately, it kind of connect. It kind of did its job, but unfortunately, he is now paying the price for that. Section exposed for Cool. Try to remain as what is his name. Range coming in for the finish. Could not deliver just yet. Yes, he does. Range with barely an inch. But now, 2 frag to his name. Hive still alive here, but Epres is not in a good spot already. With Banana still good and Monboy. Meanwhile, Blacks is still there. 6 squads remaining. And we are closing into our finals. Let's see who will be our top 5.
Alright, super exciting to me is to know who will be the top 5 teams as we're now running down to 21 team players available. So here, as we can see here, Team Hive has 5 kills into the names while Team Exquisite has 10. Wow, surprisingly they were able to deliver 10 kills for their side of the team, having to still be complete onto last portions of this game. So now this will be an all-out brawl for all of the remaining teams as the zone is trying to keep in. As we can see here, Team Exquisite trying to engage the members coming from Team Hive. Will they be able to secure? And I think they will try to reposition, but here Lemon will be going down. Lemon Boy will be going down while 214 will be getting another kill for their side of the team while the others are trying to capitalize into the chaos.
Chaos is still good, but so far that Chaos has favored basically that team right there earlier. 11 squads for there. And I think the reason is that they had the good terrain advantage here. But so far, as you can see, final four squads here. Exquisite still using that terrain as their advantage. But right now, say less coming into the push. Trying to go through and through. It's gonna be a 1v4. Oh, but it's just too much. Not a good. What was that idea? I'm not really sure why, but unfortunately, Exquisite paying the price right there. 2 members down, Genji and Sayles still alive there. I admire the boldness, but I'm not sure if that was a good plan. Nevertheless, 4 squads still alive here. 2-4 still good. The pros are still in, but unfortunately, they're all injured. Squad number 6, not so good games trying to finish this guys off already. They're all red and down, but of course, the help is coming in already for this team. So far, they're still alive. 2 members here. Final 3 in the mix here. We still have replay here. Exquisite from the other end. As of course, Replay Esports trying to go for the long range gunfight here, and of course the other squad is still hoping for dear life on the other end. That's not so good gaming.
Okay, we can see definitely that they are still trying to run down other team members, as we can see here from not so good games. Despite all of the uncertainty that happened earlier, now is good to go as they are trying to find other team members and relocate themselves to a much more safer zone. But here, Team Replay is trying to engage with NGG, so. Maybe let's see if they're trying to tap the beast here.
Team Replay now have all the advantage to their end. It is just the final two members here. Van Dyke trying to survive the fire pilot but could not deliver anymore. Replay wins this one. Game number 1 in the books. Replay Esports. What a beautiful performance right there. As you can see from our scores, 9, 10, 11, 12 eliminations for Replay Esports. But for the rest, we're going to have the counts for the rest of our squads in just a bit. But so far for Replay Esports, good job on match number 1. And of course, we're gonna see our scores for the rest of the teams in just a bit.
Yes, definitely. And I think I really like and commend the vitality maybe for this Replay Esports, because they were pretty sitting like on a safe side advantage, because I think they were able to prioritize their zoning capability rather than having to get those skill points. But I think what boils down is they were able to execute that strategy flawlessly, despite all of the other teams really maximizing the chaos, as we were able to see a while ago. But right now, maybe this win coming from their side, the side of the team, will now place a big target under their backs. Maybe on the next matches, we'll be able to see most of the teams will be targeting them, so that they will be able to get the points needed in order to qualify for our Smash ruling later on. But later on for that. But here for match number 2 up to 4, we will be having a change of map, and that will be Erangel.
Erangel, match number 2, map number 2 for this game.
Mm.
And of course, I guess for the question of whether or not Replay Esports is going to be a target for the rest of the teams, that could be the case, but at the same time, it could probably just be avoid Replay Esports for now, get your points from other teams who are probably either on the weaker side or perhaps not on a disadvantage, because as you can see earlier for Replay Esports, they did not have initially the terrain. That was from the Exquisite side, but that push came in. Exquisite had to basically move forward from that side. Not so good gaming kind of didn't really have any advantage on their end, unfortunately. But when the tides basically turned, plus the nade kills from the side of Replay, that's what really brought them to the victory. So I guess for Replay Sports, keep doing what they're doing right. For the rest, definitely invest on those nades when it's necessary. Use them right. And of course, your smokes, use them as a distraction rather than as cover, because using your smokes at this critical point just basically puts you in a direct line of fire for these opponents. But nevertheless, good job for the rest of our players. But so far, Replay Esports taking this W for this one, our winner chicken dinner. As we check the rest of the standings for our teams this evening, we're gonna check in our scores in just a bit. We are still competing for that one. But before we give out our scores, we're gonna have a bit of a breather here. Mr. Voice and I will be back for more heartbreaking actions here at Heartbreak Warfare, sanctioned by PUBG Mobile. Stay tuned.
classic maps are here! Experience familiar gameplay, fun reimagined. Start a hide-and-seek competition. Evade pursuing players. Clever concealment. Where's the safest place to hide? Master the Shadow Blade. Deflect projectiles to defeat enemies. Attain victory! Go to World of Wonder to try out more interesting maps.
Want to experience fast-paced gunfights? Then you definitely can't miss PUBG Mobile's Arena Mode. It's the perfect battleground to hone your skills. Arena features a variety of gameplay with some shared traits. You can slide, automatically heal when outside of combat, and have infinite respawns during the match. Don't worry about becoming a crate and focus on pure combat fun. Team Deathmatch. Before the match, you need to go to the loadout to equip weapons, attachments, and throwables. Arena training. Weapons can be freely picked up at the spawn point. No need to worry about loadouts in advance. Gun game is full of random fun. Every time you defeat an enemy, your weapon will change to something else, from SMGs to rifles to sniper rifles, with the final blow from the pan. Experience the thrill of eliminating enemies with various weapons. Complete arena matches to earn 2 growth gifts. Evo EXP. Increase Evo level to unlock more firearms. Weapon mastery. Increase mastery to unlock more attachments. Want to prove your strength? Join Ranked Arena. Your judgment and on-the-spot decisions are key to victory. The top 1,000 ranked players at the end of the season can obtain the Arena Dominator title. Climb the tiers to get more exclusive arena rewards. Join the arena now and be the next legend.
From the soil reborn life spreads, hidden roots beneath our lands, primal beings where ages spreads. Can you hear the ancient call? To the roots up to the sky, watch the darkness liquefy. From the ashes green will grow, where starlight waves a living bread, burn the light, the veil of decay.
Now, classic maps are here! Experience familiar gameplay, fun reimagined. Start a hide-and-seek competition. Evade pursuing players. Clever concealment. Where's the safest place to hide? Master the Shadow Blade. Deflect projectiles to defeat enemies. Attain victory! Go to World of Wonder to try out more interesting maps.
Want to experience fast-paced gunfights? Then you definitely can't miss PUBG Mobile's Arena Mode. It's the perfect battleground to hone your skills. Arena features a variety of gameplay with some shared traits. You can slide, automatically heal when outside of combat, and have infinite respawns during the match. Don't worry about becoming a crate and focus on pure combat fun. Team Deathmatch. Before the match, you need to go to the loadout to equip weapons, attachments, and throwables. Arena training. Weapons can be freely picked up at the spawn point. No need to worry about loadouts in advance. Gun game is full of random fun. Every time you defeat an enemy, your weapon will change to something else, from SMGs to rifles to sniper rifles, with the final blow from the pan. Experience the thrill of eliminating enemies with various weapons. Complete arena matches to earn 2 growth gifts. Evo EXP. Increase Evo level to unlock more firearms. Weapon mastery. Increase mastery to unlock more attachments. Want to prove your strength? Join Ranked Arena. Your judgment and on-the-spot decisions are key to victory. The top 1,000 ranked players at the end of the season can obtain the Arena Dominator title. Climb the tiers to get more exclusive arena rewards. Join the arena now and be the next legend.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is your favorite Mindset caster, Mischievous Gaming, alongside with my co-caster, JD. And welcome once again to Heartbreaks Warfare Grand Finals Day number 1. So it has been already an exciting game number 1 earlier, as some things are definitely unexpected, as mentioned, wherein the grassroots teams will be facing off with the veteran teams. So, just to have a really, really quick recap from what happened earlier on, is that here we were able to see that coming from game number 1, Team Replay secured the chicken winner chicken dinner coming from game number 1. So I think this proves that despite all of the veteran teams such as Hive, Execration, 214, there's really a standout or so-called dark horse team or squad that's really competitive to the point that they are really aiming to win this match. But here, JD, what are your thoughts about match number 1 earlier?
Good showcase basically for all the teams, especially of course for Replay Esports. Not bad showcase for basically for Exquisite, and of course for not so good games, which is actually they basically managed to at least secure third spot regardless for having only 6 frags. That's fine. But one thing that these teams have to really focus on at this point is definitely get those kills. They may not have the placement points, but if you have at least 10 or 15
Mm-hmm.
frags to their names, even though you land on at least top 10, that is fine because that's still gonna put you in a good ranking later on. But so far, match number 1, good warm up for all our teams. Hopefully for match number 2, we see what these teams are really made of. Uh,
Definitely. And speaking of what they are made of, they will be transitioning to the next map as we're now heading on to Erangel. And I know most of the veteran players of PUBG Mobile has already experienced this map, wherein there's some certain terrains that you can capitalize on, certain equipment that really hinges on availability to certain areas. But very excited to see on how the fate of our players and teams will twist into this next map.
Now, familiarity is definitely a gamer. Everybody
Mm,
knows, plays PUBG Mobile, knows about Erangel. They know this like the back of their hands, what spots are
mm,
good to land on, how the rotation is going to work. So it's not going to be a matter of unfamiliarity, but this is going to be a matter
mm,
of really making sure to find your comfort zones here in Erangel and, of course, play that to your advantage. Whether you're going far beyond the zone or at least coming in right at the center, depending on how the rotation is going to work. Nevertheless, this is where you really understand how well these players actually play this game, and of course, how are they going to perform for the next
mhm,
few matches for this evening. Because if they're not able to perform right here in the most basic, most popular map, we don't really
mhm,
expect more from them at this point. But of course, maybe it's just the jitters. I mean, this is
mhm,
still gonna be a significant competition. Of course, we have a nice prize pool that we are gunning for. Any of these teams can have the chance to win that. So they have to just shake it up for now. So they've already done the game 1. They've had their stretches already good. So now the real fight begins here at Erangel, match
mhm.
number 2.
Definitely. And I think one of the safe bets, if I'm going to predict on where will be the safe zone will be landing on, my bet is going to be on SMB or the military base, but in some special instances, maybe they will be finding themselves in farm, shelter. But that's just me, right? But we're seeing the flight path now heading to east, and majority of the players are now landing into the side of Quarry, Pochinki. So really good distribution of teams right now, and again, let's see on how will be twisting their fates later on, since this will be a very challenging map if the safe zone will be definitely landing on the SMB.
Yeah, this is gonna be actually a good map setup for all of our teams. As you can see, it basically lands dead center for our zone right now. So it's a good flight plan for all of our players. It's basically straight from east to west. So they're now basically able to go to their preferred landing zones for this evening for this match. So now at this point, they have all the advantage to their setup. So they are given a great landing points. No one's engaging just yet. So now all they have to do is really make sure they have everything secured from their teams, really
Mhm.
get their head space in the game, and of course, as you know, they memorize the Erangel map already, understand the rotation when it's coming straight to the middle, play their
Mhm.
positions right, and of course, really set up those engagements. This is still gonna be about the kill points. They cannot be wary about hoping to get to the next possession points or what have you. It's gonna be about the
Mhm.
kills, especially here with Erangel. Long range is gonna be an advantage. We saw that earlier for match number one. Your 4x and your 8x has to go in, but unfortunately the backstab coming in already for
Ooh.
Say Less, Say No More, perhaps for the life, but unfortunately he's gonna be going down yet. Still has an opportunity to come back strong here. And Exquisite not starting off in a good setup here. Not sure actually where that shot came from, actually.
It was so-called a ghost shot for some, make whole maybe a lost bullet in terms of trajectory. But right now, I think as you mentioned, Exquisite may not be positioning themselves so good at the early game, but later on, again, it's just the start of the round, and maybe some of those are some of our squad mates are just shaking it off, right? Right. So I think that's another thing that we need to consider. But right now, this will be a potential 4v1 situation as Say Less will be leaving behind by its team members, being surrounded by not so good games in the area.
Yeah, I guess at this point, since this is the situation right now, you don't have any revives at this part of the game. So let your
Mm-hmm.
teammates take that fall. That's okay. It's a bad start for you guys, but nevertheless, you dust off your wounds for now, and of course take that L for at least right now. At least for the rest of the three members of the squad, they have to perform and outshine the rest of the squads right now. As Jarrell
Mm-hmm.
basically ends it for Say Less already, our first casualty of the evening for this matchup. And for the rest, it's gonna be a little bit quiet, I guess. This is the interesting setup here for Erangel as always. There is a significant long calm before the actual storm, as this map is significantly huge with most of the squads really positioning themselves far and far from each other, and only on a certain point, perhaps on the third round of the zone, that's when
Mm-hmm.
we're really gonna see the engagements kick in for this match.
Exactly. And again, all of our squads are now filling up their pockets with consumables such as the frag grenades, the smokes, that later on they will be able to maximize towards the engagement of the teams. But right now, I think the best thing that they can possibly do is just to be patient in terms of positioning themselves safely around the map, but also taking into account that some of the squads right now are now targeting them in order to get those kill points. As you mentioned, it's going to be the battle of the kill points as of this stage of the tournament, since they need to communulate those points and of course gather it as early as possible while the teams are now so called in their slow phase. But right here, M4 was able to secure a kill for their side of the team.
One down as well from their end, but still probably not yet to the finish. But this
Mm-hmm.
time again, Mercs for Hire coming in to this house. Not sure who's in here at this point, but I guess it's just gonna be a quick fix and assistance for the rest of the team here as they're trying to just listen in. As we're trying also to do the same thing, listen in if there's anybody here from the far end. But Flick Esports with the horse one. See here, definitely an easy uh, pickup for any of these players if you're hearing that quite well. But not a good situation here for Ner. As the rest of the E plays far end of the corner, probably have an but right now, speaking of engagement, Hash
Ooh.
shutting one down there, but barely escaping that one. 2-1-4, trying to go in for their first frag, but not just yet. That is not yet on the books.
Ooh.
But for the rest, coming in Flick from the other side, actually saw one from the Kratos end, but still could not connect. Perhaps trying to go in for some distraction here and there. And now, Nurse trying to come in perhaps to the other side of the coin, or at least hoping that Replay just backs off from this area. Kratos spots it, needs to get out a bit. Meanwhile, coming back here for 2-1-4 Hash, bleeding out right in front. Ryuk trying to face it, but
Oh.
unfortunately, it's a 3v1 situation. Hydra coming down as well. 7K coming in for the rescue through the smoke. Perfectly timed right there as Gab also dealing with Mav here for the assist. 4 frags already for squad number 11, SHX Hydra.
Mhm.
Really coming in strong here for for match number 2 here.
Definitely. So most of the members coming from Shida right now is trying to recuperate coming from that engagement. But right now, I think it's best safely to say as some of the members right now are trying to battle it out as some of the members here from Flick is now being run down by another enemy team. So that will be another member down for the count while another is trying to get into the hands of Nerks so that they can able to provide the revive. But right now, the zone is getting in. One player coming from replay are trying to engage, coming from the other members of Flick. But I think this will be a 3v1 situation, and Flick will may now be down for the count for the side of the team.
It is just gonna be a matter of time. Unfortunately for Flick Esports, not a good match number
Mhm.
2 for the entire team. Unfortunately, but for the rest, still has an opportunity to come back strong here. 15 squads still remaining, 54 players still alive and kicking. As you can see, Backcam Gen already taken out by the Flick coming out, taken out
Mhm.
by the members of Replay Esports here. As we check in this time with our zone, a lot of interesting setup here. Most of the squads already inside our zone here. Blue zone kicking in for the rest of the teams. Interestingly, for squad number 2,
Mhm.
for AZR, still out there in the mix, way far off, and even the rest trying to still get in. I suggest they really do their best to come in ready. But for of course, for Flick, it's gonna be just a matter of time. As we've
Mhm.
seen earlier, they're not already in a good spot. So at least be taken out by the zone rather than be taken out by your opponents. That's 1 point less for them at this point. Speaking of which, 0 points, no points yet for Barangay here. But of course, still going to be a long game, so they can still have the opportunity to find their particular spots. So for good
Mhm.
loot, they have a good setup for them. I guess this is gonna be enough already for them to start engaging with their opponents if ever they find one.
Definitely. And of course, considering the fact that some of the members are now being eliminated by the blue zone, again, as you mentioned, it's good to be much more better to be eliminated by the blue zone other than being eliminated by the enemy squad, since again, it's going to be a one less down point for them in the long run. But right now, some of the members right now for the side of Team Misfits International trying to find the better safe place for them to really hide out. And I think that's one of the great tactics that we can definitely see for this type of map. Once you get settled down, just wait for the shots and of course capitalize on every chaos that it brings when it comes to closing down to the blue zone. But right now, well, majority of the teams inside the safe zone are now nested in per se, trying to just wait out other enemy teams that are trying to get safe from the blue zone.
Yeah, that's definitely the case for some, but for the rest, it's in this case for Exquisite, not really a good situation for them. They're already down by 2 players, so they definitely need to just hold off to wherever spots they're
Mhm.
in, let their opponents come to them, or at least use that high ground advantage if they have at least the 4 8x coming in from the play. Blanks here coming
Oh,
through and through, trying to push one, could not connect. I think just yet, could not finish that play. But see, that's the gameplay already for Exquisite Esports. If they cannot engage through and through, use their high ground advantage and take out their opponents on the long end. So that's gonna be what they should do moving forward, at least for now that they're only down to 2. But for the rest, still have
mm,
the vehicles in play, they have the good loot in play, so might as well find their opponents, sneak up, and then of course get that W.
definitely. And right now, most of the teams are trying to find other team members, and I think there's going to be a potential engage coming from the side of not so good games and Alpace Esports as they are trying to shoot out squad members from Alpace. But again, with the advantage of the farness of the players, I think they will be having a hard time to reach those shots. But then again, it's a matter of time once the zone starts to shrink in and they need to displace themselves once again, coming from their current situation. And I think that's one thing that Alpi is doing right now, trying to reposition themselves with the buggy.
Yeah, best option at this point. You're much into an open area. reposition yourselves, find a nice place for you to hide out, or at least get secure some good loots, because it's
Mhm.
kind of hard to deal with opponents that are using long range weapons at this point, especially at this specific terrain. As you can see, Scotty here trying to go for the
Mhm.
takedown on the not so good games here, but could not connect just yet. Meanwhile, on the end, Azra coming in for the push here, trying to reposition themselves as well, perhaps finding their sweet spots for this one, as not so good games far end on the map here, but still no engagement between these two. Perhaps they're still just trying to feel it out, I guess. For Azra, they have the advantage. I'm sure they already know where their opponents are. It's just really a matter of whether or not they're going to be engaging when and if they have those clear shots.
Definitely. And right now, it's more of how you'll be able to place yourselves at this point, on how you'll be able to place yourselves at the same time secure some kills. Because honestly, most of the players right now are more well equipped compared to the previous round that we were able to see coming from Rondo. And coming from those shaky waters, they were able to now have themselves, maximized. And considering the familiarity that they have with the terrain, I think it would be best to trust your instincts per se, and also understand on what's running in the thoughts of your enemies. But here from Team Azrael Blitz, I think they are possibly encountering another team, which is Barangay Tactics. So this will be a 3v1 situation happening into the top side of the hill.
Interesting position for both teams here. For Azra, they have the good cover. For Barangay, they have the good numbers here, but it's really a matter of who gets to engage first. They have Barangay
Mhm.
can basically go in for the push, but I guess for Azra, they're hard scoping this one already. And if
Mhm.
anything goes wrong here, with that in the very complex terrain, it's kind of hard to shield yourself up. I guess your best option is to nade it out first. Once you have significant damage, that's when you come in for the kill. But for now, Barangay is coming in, perhaps moving out of that situation already. So I guess
Ooh.
that's the play.
Mhm.
Disengaged, not really our best spot, so might as well leave out. I guess the Asra is the ones pushing through with those shots from the back, but it's not gonna connect anymore. So Barangay definitely on a safer zone here. Meanwhile,
Mhm.
Misfits here coming in. We still have complete squads for this team and now repositioning themselves in this house. Perhaps putting themselves in a better situation for whoever's gonna be coming in uphill, or at least
Mhm.
from the side of the zone. That's gonna be their play for sure.
Definitely. And considering the tactics that we're now seeing, so we're now seeing a shift of wind, wherein once they trust their gut feeling that they cannot pursue the enemy squad once they see them, or at least pursue them on that specific moment, they're just waiting for the right opportunity to maybe bring them down, or at least find a better terrain to hold their ground into. But right now, in for the side for Misfits, they're having possible engagement, most likely coming from Team Alpace Esports. But let's see on how we will be able to place themselves in terms of the engagement. But here, Mercenaries for High Esports is trying to move once again, coming from their positioning earlier. So I think the tactic right now is to try to engage with them and leave false information. But here, the drop has been dropped here for them to get some free loot. And let's see if from NGG will they be able to secure some loot, or at least try to fend for themselves and use it as a bait.
Perhaps that's gonna be the call, but of course, it's a high risk, high reward side for
Mhm.
not so good games here. But meanwhile, Mercs for Hire using this next house as their shield up point. Definitely have eyes set on other players, but will not engage just yet. Let them come to you. You have the terrain advantage. Might as well use that. Try to be, you know, save up your bullets when it's necessary. It's not really a good
Right.
possession from themselves just yet. To let them come in once they're there, bait set that trap and take those W's. But for now, Hive, it's as you can see, for most of these squads, they either have not yet had a score or at least one elimination, and that's about it.
Mhm.
So as we probably have for the next minutes, once that zone kicks in again, that's the only time that this there will have that level of pinch, and they will be
Mhm.
forced to engage their strategy. So it's just really a matter of trying to
Mhm.
save themselves out. But for now, Hive making their presence felt already, trying to go in against Azra, but still could not connect. Azra with the Molotov on the side will not connect for sure, but definitely puts them in a better spot. Hive and Azra has the either option to go in for the vehicle engagements or just probably move out. And I guess Azra is moving out already
Hmm.
at this point. Hive still in the chase here, probably stopping at this point as well. They realize they're on a 2v4 situation for this one. But Barangay dealing with replay here, and that's gonna be a different story. But of course, for Azra, it's gonna be a play safe here. No frag so far. Numbers advantage still on their end, but of course, time is gonna be ticking quick. They gotta make sure to have those skills when it comes to them.
Correct. And in terms of like having the right opportunity, every time is a right opportunity. As we are now seeing here, Misfits are trying to wipe out a certain squad as Azra are now taking the loss. One, two, three members are now being knocked down, while the other side of the team of Azrael Code is trying to keep into the flame. But right now, Azra Nero trying to find the shot just to get other members, and I think will be a call wherein they need to eliminate even their own sister teams right at this moment. But
Yeah,
I think it's a good practice as well to have good camaraderie between your organizations.
that's fine. It's all for fun. And anyway,
Mm,
when it's all in the game, it's all bets and off. So it's Azra. Sorry, it's Azrael
mm,
Pro versus Azrael Blitz earlier there.
correct.
But so far, both teams still have players in the mix here. As Hive through the smoke, perhaps trying to position themselves, get to the next safe spot for them, or at least get those kills for their end as they're only down. Still have 4 players to the team, but not in a good situation here. Zai dealing with the rest of Azra here from far end. As for the rest, medyo, this is still gonna be a long night for the rest of the guys
Mhm.
here. But Reds perhaps spotting one member here, but through the smoke
Oh,
could not connect just yet. Meanwhile, other teams engaging left, right, and center. Kill counts coming in hot already. 14 squads remaining. 14 players still in the game here as we are closing in to the end of match number 2 here. But of course, this still gonna be a long one as we
ooh.
still have 13 teams alive here. 7 shutting down Madness here. Replace still has 2 members alive. Kiss is not in a good spot. Kratos still good here through the smoke. Let's see here if he's able to deal with the rest of that squad. Number 8, that's Alpace Esports right on top. On the other side is not so good. Not so good really for Kratos here. Hopefully he survives this one. Let's see.
I like the play there. Not so good, trying to be not so good into this round. But here we can see here members coming from Hydra or trying to really bring out other members into the side of the team. While as we are now seeing the blue zone is trying to come in, while other of the players, majority of them, has already secured themselves into the safe zone. As we are now we're able to see the shift coming from the blue zone, and right now some of the members coming from Hydra are now taking the blue zone damage, and probably they will be able to eliminate themselves. But right now, NGG is trying to really maximize wherein their energy drinks and of course medications are really into the handy side, because again you need to be more prepared when it comes to taking the damage when you're utilizing the vehicles.
Yeah, I actually like the way not so good gamers are playing right now. I mean, earlier they had a bit of a
Mhm.
crazy start, good placement points, but very low kills. But right now, with 7 squads remaining, they already have 5 eliminations. Plus,
Mhm.
all vehicles are still in good condition. So all they have to do basically at this point, as you can see here, perhaps really put themselves in a proper spot and try not to lose that advantage that they already have with the 5 frags already. But meanwhile, on the other side of the coin, MSI here, 2 frags down, 3 members still alive and kicking. Tony coming up from up top here, perhaps trying to reposition themselves against squads number 4 and 10 here. But that is still too far to engage. FB trying to spot here from the corners. No one there in that spot. There, it's gonna be someplace else. Anyway, 6 squads remaining here. 21 players still alive and kicking as we're coming in closer to the end of
Ooh.
match number 2. But so far, MSI Rock situation not so good on the far end. Coming in close. Let's see if this one ends good for that team or
Mhm.
otherwise.
Okay, this will be a possible engagement against four teams now trying to get the clutch as we are now seeing some of them being knocked down. Team members here from NGG trying to take down with a shotgun, but it fails. Oh my god, that was a close combat. But then again, here we can see MSI, two members versus one. MSI's members taking so much damage and a potentially a buggy kill, but misses. But I think he will be now going down to the hands of the blue zone. So Yaoxi will now be down for the count as we're now seeing top 6 teams, 18 players remaining as we're now seeing them trying to take down one member at a time. But here, Team Misfits is trying to fight back with the remaining members that they still have. Now they're trying to leave with only with that grenade. Oh my god, the Hive suffers with a heavy casualty.
Heavy casualty from that one. I think we jinxed not so good games. They were having good one until they had the bad situation right there. Sorry guys, kind of my fault. Nevertheless, we are down to our final 5 teams here. First for hire with one member alone here. Azra with 2. Hive on the other end, still good. Mercs for hire trying to come in. Hive shutting down Mercs for hire on the other end. Misfits, that one is down already. FB will not make it anymore most likely, as we're almost down to our final 3 teams here. Misfit is not gonna be surviving that situation anymore. Azra, Emas trying to go in for the long throw, perhaps finding those uh members that they would need to take out. Nevertheless, that is it.
Ooh.
Skedy shuts down with that nade kill to FB. And MSI is officially out. Down to our final 3 teams here. All new squads, by the way. It's Hive, Azra, and who is our other team? Replay, Kratos. 2 members
Yeah.
here. So these are all, well, Kratos is, well, Replay Esports, our top placer earlier, still in the mix
Mhm.
here. But unfortunately, Kratos, not so good situation right now with Kiss still alive here, but still moving. Open ground advantage for everyone. Nero on the corner. Let's see who survives this one.
Okay.
Who gets to go in? Let's see.
Okay, we're now seeing the final moments of this match. Kratos trying to survive. One of the members coming from Hive has now been left behind, being eaten by the blue zone. Brett is now the remaining member trying to engage with the 2 teams. There, he's now into the mix and now down for the count. Azro Nero will be getting another kill against the Hive. And this will be a 2v2 situation. And there will be the nade. It connected, dealing one member down. And that will be Emma trying to run away while the other wants to keep the members alive. But here, we can see here Kratos trying to spot in the enemy into the back line. Let's see, Skady will be, what will he be doing? Will he use all of his consumables? Will he toss the molly? But he will be using the energy drink just to keep alive and be hydrated. But of course, Kratos, with the sharp eye of an eagle, he will never let the eye, or he will not leave that sight.
Unfortunately, that position has to be given out by Kratos already, because that zone is gonna push them down. Azra has all the advantage.
Mm,
They're eating that bullets
okay.
already. Kratos coming in for the push.
Oh!
Trying to the dive. Still coming in. Trying
Oh, no!
to survive, but unfortunately,
no!
one takedown at try. But unfortunately, he's down. Azra finishes one off already. New team in the W. And that is it for match number 2. 9 frags for Azra. Right there, a new winner chicken dinner squad comes into play, but Replay Esports still alive. You're coming in for the second place instead. So still a good performance for a Replay Esports. But of course, for Azrael Pro, good job right now coming back strong from that initial round. Match number 1, at least match number 2. Winner chicken dinner, 9 frags to their name, plus of course placement points as well.
Wow, that was a very intense battle against all of our teams. And surprisingly, we were able to see some coming from the 15th place leading into the top 10 and some leading into the top 5. So this gives more chances and probability for other teams to really catch up in order for them to make it into the Smash ruling system later on into this game. But once again, congratulations to Azriel for winning a match number two. So maybe later on, coming from the succeeding matches, we'll be able to see another swift of players that will be leading into the top five leaderboard. Let's see. Maybe we'll be able to see again some of the low standing teams coming from the bottom rising to the top. But of course, we'll be having a very short break since everything is already intense and heated, and we want our teams to be staying hydrated, and of course re-strategizing the team composition later on to the season. So this is your favorite mindset caster, Mr. Vaz Gaming, alongside with Caster Dad. We'll be right back after this very short break.
Wow, classic maps are here! Experience familiar gameplay, fun reimagined. Start a hide-and-seek competition. Evade pursuing players. Clever concealment. Where's the safest place to hide? Master the Shadow Blade. Deflect projectiles to defeat enemies. Attain victory! Go to World of Wonder to try out more interesting maps.
Want to experience fast-paced gunfights? Then you definitely can't miss PUBG Mobile's Arena Mode. It's the perfect battleground to hone your skills. Arena features a variety of gameplays with some shared traits. You can slide, automatically heal when outside of combat, and have infinite respawns during the match. Don't worry about becoming a crate and focus on pure combat fun. Team Deathmatch. Before the match, you need to go to the loadout to equip weapons, attachments, and throwables. Arena training. Weapons can be freely picked up at the spawn point. No need to worry about loadouts in advance. Gun game is full of random fun. Every time you defeat an enemy, your weapon will change to something else, from SMGs to rifles to sniper rifles, with the final blow from the cannon. Experience the thrill of eliminating enemies with various weapons. Complete arena matches to earn 2 growth gifts. Evo EXP. Increase Evo level to unlock more firearms. Weapon mastery. Increase mastery to unlock more attachments. Want to prove your strength? Join Ranked Arena. Your judgment and on-the-spot decisions are key to victory. The top 1,000 ranked players at the end of the season can obtain the Arena Dominator title. Climb the tiers to get more exclusive arena rewards. Join the arena now and be the next legend.
And we are back. Welcome to another edition of Heartbreak Warfare PUBG Mobile Esports Tournament, sanctioned by Tencent Mobile. You still have me, JD Takasuda, together with Mischievous Gaming. We are here breaking hearts, shattering dreams for this evening. Match number 1 and 2 officially in the books. We still got 4 more to go, and so far it has been a story, nothing but Replay Esports has been dominating the 2 games so far. But for the rest of the squads, really doing well as we of course have Azra Pro coming in for the winner chicken dinner for match number 2. But as I've mentioned, uh Replay Esports coming in close second there earlier. But as we check the stats here for this evening, match number 2 stats for now, MSI coming in second place with basically 12 points here so far. Good kill points with 8, placement at 4. And basically for Replay Esports ties them both 10 points with Hive, who had 5 kills and 5 for the placement points.
Okay, very interesting that we're now seeing in terms of the match results. So we're now really identifying who which teams that got up into the ranking, got down. Especially, I think keeping in the eye of exquisite esports, and to be tell you frankly that they are one of the teams that I'm really supporting into this tournament. So there's still a really lot of opportunity for them to really improve, and later on maybe we'll be able to see them really rise into the ranks because we earlier we were able to see them at least into the top ten slot, but right now leading into the top 15. But how about you, Dad? Which of these teams that are now coming is your favorite?
On a personal note, I have now a significant fondness for not so good games. I guess probably because
Oh.
I jinxed them earlier for match number 2, giving them like, oh, they're in a good spot. They have all the good situation, but nevertheless, ended up in a bad stuff. But at least they still had top 3 for this. I guess
Yeah,
on a good
definitely.
spot for them. But nevertheless, Replay Esports really showing off quite well. But we cannot discount Hive All Stars, although
Hmm.
they were not able to place. Their kill count is about at 7, so that's
Hmm.
good. But it's again all about the kill points and their positioning. So at least you get yourselves to the top 5. That's puts you in a good setup already, and then get those kill points really on the high marks. As we come back to Erangel for match number 3 for this evening, the story so far has all about been Replay Esports dominating the situation for both kill counts and placement points. But of course, Azrael Pro coming in strong already, coming out of match number 2. But if we're gonna use that as a reference, if Azra Pro comes back again, since this is again in Erangel, then the possession for Replay Esports might be in jeopardy. But of course, for the rest of the squads, since we're coming back to Erangel, they can correct
Hmm.
all of their mistakes earlier, reposition themselves, hopefully find a better loot setup, and then really utilize those long range gunfights. As we mentioned earlier,
Hmm.
probably on the international scene, it's really about the shotgun meta. But here, it is
Yes.
still gonna be a long range gunfight. Those 4x and 8x still comes into play perfectly. Close range is still good, primarily on the side of your SMGs. So really secure those weapons for you guys, and then
Mhm.
really find those scopes for those long range gunfights.
Actually, Dad, I like what you mentioned a while ago, wherein this is another opportunity for our teams and squads to really learn coming from their mistakes, coming from the previous games. And considering this is the second time that we will be maximizing Erangel, and it's a good opportunity to, again, have those learnings from the previous match. So maybe we'll be able to see another shift of strategy coming from the squads, or maybe when it comes to the tick of the hand or by fate, is they will be able to see a shift in terms of zone location. So I think that's one of the chances that they were able to maximize later on in the game. But I'm still hoping that the zone will land into the sand, into the side of the military base, because again, one good thing about the military base is that's why I keep rooting it for is there's only two entrances, and the first two teams, or at least first four teams that secures those entrances, will be standing bodyguards or standing guards towards those two bridges, having a choke point for those players or squads that's trying to enter. But let's see. Maybe I was able to jinx the last tournament, but maybe let's see onto this side of that Heartbreaks Warfare tournament.
Let's see if your wish will come true for match number 3. Will we see military base come into play here for this
Mhm.
match. But for now, of course, let's just have fingers crossed, and hopefully our viewers for this evening are still rooting and cheering for the respective teams
Mhm.
for tonight, as we are now closing to the halfway point of our competition here. So now I guess for the rest of the squads who have not yet popped off, the main goal right
Mhm.
now for match number 3 is really perform, not just
Mhm.
be safe, but outperform whatever they have done in the last two games, especially for, let's say, Hive All Stars. They have done quite well already for match number 2, coming back to
Mhm.
Erangel again. If they're able to give us another 7 frags plus at least top 5, that's gonna put them already in a good
Mhm.
situation. It's it might not be close to replay esports, but at least using that as a jump off point for them to get some significant advantage, that would be great. But for the rest of the squads,
Mhm.
um, good effort so far, but unfortunately, it's really a matter really of the gunfights. So they keep on losing. Let's say for Flick or Karma
Mhm.
Esports, that unfortunately have not really performed quite well for match number 2 and even earlier for match number 1. So hopefully, match number 3 already, they've already shaken off the jitters in their bodies or what have you.
Mhm.
They have warmed up quite well already, and perhaps they know how these other players move. They can use
Mhm.
that now to their advantage. But of course, much yet to be discussed. Everything will be seen in just a bit as we are prepping for match number 3 back at Erangel here at Heartbreak Warfare.
Definitely. And again, this is the map that every PUBG mobile player loves, having to revisit all of those nostalgic maps. But here, we're going to see
Wish
the map
granted.
trajectory is going to be coming from the north south now going to the south side. So again, this is another mischievous wish list check on the list. So the trajectory is more likely into the side of the military base. So let's see if the players will now maximize the location. But again, it depends on the zone.
Yeah, it's really a matter of the zone. If the zone lands on military base, it's 2 for 2 for you already, mischievous. Let's see. But so far, everyone's still coming in down, basically the north side of our map. No one's coming through basically straight to military base just yet. Everyone's not
Mm,
holding off that spots. I guess for most of these teams, since they've already familiarized themselves with their respective drop zones
mhm,
already within the Erangel map, they would just prefer to go back to where they're comfortable at this point. But I guess for Exquisite, perhaps coming to push through the entire military base themselves, and even um squad is that who's that? I guess that's Locks International
mhm.
MT as well, coming into military base, and even Azra as well. So let's see if that favors these two squads or it's gonna push to a different situation for our zone.
Definitely. And considering, as you mentioned, this will be more of the
Mm.
priority of the players where they're comfortable. Sorry, again, that's 1 for 2 for Mischievous Gaming for tonight. So technically, the zone will be happening in between of Pochinki, Farm, and other surrounding areas. So technically, it's a good zone, good placement, high terrains, and lots of opportunity for players because I think majority of the players were able to drop in the mid side of the map.
Mid zone already puts them in a better situation. At least they don't have to chase the zone at this point. And of course,
Mhm.
that spot, as you mentioned, Pachinki and other areas have good loot setups. So at least they are not gonna have any much of an issue when it comes to finding their great weapons. Or at least weapons that they're comfortable using. So far, it's gonna be peaceful on the side here as they're trying to reestablish themselves. I guess the way things have been set up for match number 3, for most of them, I guess they do not want to engage just yet. At least get themselves solid, get those level 3s as much as possible, and then
Mhm.
start your assault as much as possible. You don't want to have any uh, engagement with any teams, at least within the first 5 minutes. Get out of those areas. If you feel that there's somebody there, at least you don't want to uh, basically force yourselves to share the loot, or at least uh, battle for resources at this point, because it's not something that you want to pursue. And right now, Hydra just spotting one, it's just gonna be comms, no engagement.
Mhm.
Perhaps it's just gonna be something that he can relay to the rest of the team here. So that's gonna be the case here. You know where your opponents are, tell it to the rest, and at least avoid them as much as you can until you're all set for that engagement.
I couldn't agree more with what you said there, JD, because again, being prepared and being really aligned with your team really gives you the best results for this matchup. But then again, learning from the previous happenings from the previous games is that you don't need to really be hyper engaging, wherein you'll be able to secure the kills early on into the stages of the game, but rather be more prepared to outlast other teams into the late game. So I think that's one of the main strategies that most of our teams are now shifting. But here, Azor was able to see some of the members coming from replay and now having them into a very, very tight situation.
Tight situation indeed. Kratos not on a good start again, but still has opportunity to come back strong. Kiss here on the other side as Azra and Replay coming in. These two squads coming up strong and just trying to engage from each other, perhaps eliminating the competition and just picking up spots here. Jin here coming in from the far end. Spots Nero. Trying to go in. Could not deliver just yet. Skadi. Red
Ooh.
dots already on the side. Azra coming in, fighting against Replay here. Skadi just coming in from the back. This is gonna be a good backstab. Skadi can connect perfectly here, but Jin also on the rotation here from the other end. The spot! Oh, but unfortunately, Skadi
What a
backstab
play!
connects right there. The finish is good. 762 coming down as well on the side, courtesy of Replay Esports. Replay really coming in good already there. And unfortunately, Emas leaves the carnage. 3 members down already. Emas has to play for safety here at the start of the matchup.
A very surprising tactic that we were able to see for the side of E-Play. And I think that's one of the cons when you're winning winner chicken dinner coming from the previous round. It will set a really big target at your back. And I think that's one of the key goals right now coming from Replay. So you were able to win that game coming from the last round. Now we will be taking you out. But then again, keeping it safe, having to secure that high placement points, maybe a little bit improve your positioning when it comes to the overall ranking. But here, Team Exquisite having another engagement coming from the side of Slokes International, having to poke down Ninji. Two members now down for the count, coming from the side of Exquisite. Maybe the potentially try to revive, but then again, it's too risky for the cyber team in this early stages of the game. Oh! Wow.
Drive-by shutdown right there from Loxe, shutting down members of Exquisite. Ooh! Knee shot right there. That was interesting. Sa akin, coming in good with that kill as well. 4 frags on the side of
Oh.
Lux International. Good setup for these guys, plus the med kit. Perfectly timed, at least. Now, 4 eliminations already for their team. That's a good start for Lux. I guess from the earlier matches, they were not really doing well, but this is a good start. Hopefully, I don't jinx it this time, and they are able to perform through and through until the very end. So, hoping for the fans of Lux Esports, I don't have the curse for this evening for their team, but this time, Mercs for hire here. No frags yet so far. Squad still alive and kicking, so it's still gonna be a peaceful setup for them. Perhaps just try not to engage with ALP from the other end. Probably that's the good setup for them. They only have level 2s at this point. So really not a good idea for them to fire it up so far because they're not sure what ALP has on the side here. But I guess they're trying to prep ready for an attack here. Let's see what they can do.
Definitely. And continuing to provide information to your team members is very crucial into this game since all you need is to be prepared for the long game or as many would say the end game. Now here, Mercs for Hire Esports trying to equip themselves, providing for visibility for their teammates, trying to get a long range view of the terrain and also potential players coming into the vicinity. So I think that's one good thing that you can look at it in this stage of the game. But there would become a time that you really need to engage in order to eliminate some of the team players, as we are now seeing here coming from the squad of Karma Gaming. I hope that won't be a karma from their side of the team, as they were able to provide their location to other squads nearby into the area.
Let's see if Karma works well for this team, but so far, for the first two matches. Not really good for them, but hopefully match number 3 is their thing as we come in
Mhm.
here for execution. No frag so far for the team. Good setup so far for their loot, and I guess vehicle access is great already. So that's gonna put them at a good advantage as we come into the matchup right here. So far, 15 squads still alive, 56 players still kicking here for match number 3 here as Loxe coming in ready for 4 frags. And still good setup on the zone as we have 214 way out there. Astra and Barangay Tactics still out in the blue zone so far, and even Emma's. Emma's probably is just gonna give this one up already. Not a good situation for him, so no frags will be coming in from their team. Not a good start for Azra, unfortunately, for uh their squad. And Flick also on the other end, so I guess we still have a few more squads coming into the zone, but for the rest, they are prepping it already for combat.
Definitely. And right now, what we're seeing here, some of the members of Team Hive are trying to push inwards towards the safe zone, trying to maybe potentially ambush other members or other squads that are trying to enter the safe zone. But here, as you mentioned, and as we were able to see from the aerial view of the map, Team Barangay is trying to fight their way in, do or die, whatever it takes into the safe zone, as well as taking other team members down with them. But here we can see here team members coming from execution, but here Action 77 will be knocked down and potentially, or rather, be down for the count for their side of the team. So now they were able to lose one of the members and trying to back away, potentially to disengage with other members. But here, Misfits was able to seize majority of the remaining members coming from the side of Execration. This will be a 3v2 situation, eliminating 2 members in the complete squad of Execration.
MSI squad wipes execration. Unfortunately, at this point, good setup for the Misfits so far. But coming back here, Replay still alive and kicking with 3 frags so far. Slow start for them, but they will have to face Alpha right on the edge here. Kratos spotting already the teams here, just trying to go in for the terrain push. Loxy on the back end will definitely be less of a problem than ALP at this point. But I guess they want to go in for that long range kill already. Again, those 8x really doing its job for Replay Esports here. This has always worked for them for the past 2 matches, and it's working for them for match number 3 here. So far, again, 14 squads still alive, 52 players still here. Again, this is really where you see and understand experience and those hours of gameplay. How well you utilize your vehicles, your driving skills, and at the same time really knowing where those 8x and 4x are when you need them the most, securing them early, and of course getting those long range kills for your team.
Exactly. And speaking of driving, maybe these players really have a license in real life, so that's why they really drive so well into the game. But yeah, kidding aside, having to see those aspects and mechanics being utilized by the players can really give you a really deep dive into the minds, having to really much maximize their game hours. So we definitely having to maximize their experience. So one thing for sure is they are not having to have that tendency of being a trigger happy person just by seeing some of the squad mates or squad enemy members just roaming around the map. So they are now more disciplined than ever, having these kinds of players be more strategic in terms of having to engage and disengage with other squad members. But here, we can see here Azra once again trying to potentially pick off some of the members coming from Flick.
Flick off or flick off. That's gonna be the case here as Astra coming on top already. Trying to go in for the push. And the surprise, again, coming in for this. With the backstab connect right there. Welcome home to my house. Kenji shutting one member there from Astra. Trying to go in for the second here. The nades coming in through the fence here. Kenji, unfortunately, XY with the backstab. And that is it. The rest of the flick, unfortunately, could not deliver that safe kill. But the nades flying in already. Puko coming in with the nade as well, trying to flush them out, Azra, out of that building. Let's see if this one works. Jex already on the red zone. Pugo coming in close. Free fire
Okay.
shots. Could not connect just yet. The other side is one. Coming in. Nerf with the smokes here. Ooh, but coming in from the other side. Another member joining the party. That's 214. Raining down some nades as well. Those smokes coming into play for the safety. Ryu trying to go for the refill. Not sure why anymore. Nevertheless, Hash coming in for the push here. Trying to deal with Flick here. They're pinned down, but 214 does not have the advantage just yet. Just on the numbers, but not on the position. 13
Mhm.
squads remaining, but I guess 214 perhaps is gonna back out from Flick. We were expecting them to push through with this one, but that smoke probably scared them off, and they're still alive. Flick still surviving that initial onslaught, so good for them with the engagement and even holding off their position for now.
Actually, they were able to release the devil aura. That's why 214 tried to disengage because of that smoke. But then again, having to show complete respect coming for your enemy team really gives you in a good standing as of the moment. So I think what one thing right now is for sure that some of the members right now are trying to catch up when it comes to kill points, as we can now see here coming from our map. We can see that the zone has shrunken again and much more centralized into the area of the school zone. So essentially, this will be an all-out brawl as majority of the teams and squads are now heading into that specific area.
Definitely now for the school, it's gonna be no rules apply for now for these
Mhm.
teams, but of course for the rest, it's hopefully unfortunate. Hopefully they have enough already for their setup, but unfortunately here for Mercs for Hire, level 1 on the helmet, level 2 on the armor, or otherwise not a good start here. And hopefully they still have an opportunity to find those opponents and get their equipment, get themselves to the level 3 that they would definitely need as this engagement goes the long haul so far. Again, 13 squads still here, 45 for our player count. Replay Mamba unfortunately going down, courtesy of Misfits. Not a good spot here for Replay. Jin is down with the beacon
Ooh.
takedown, courtesy of MSI. What is going on here? Kiss is the only one left for their team here. But Barangay still alive here with 0 for their name, unfortunately. But now
Mhm.
we're down to again 13 teams, 44 players. Not sure what happened there for the Replay Esports. But whatever that works, Misfits really doing a good job, I guess. But we're gonna have probably some idea when we see the stats for Misfits in just a bit, as we still have ALP here with still no frags, still no luck in finding their next opponent and their next point.
Now that the teams is trying to persuade and it's at least top into the placement points and capitalizing all of the disengagement that they've all done leading to this point. So I think one of the things that they need to do right now is not evade but fight for their lives, as now majority of the teams are now within inside the zone. So essentially you need to at least fight back in order to gain some of those points in order for you to at least uplift your placement in towards the leaderboard. But right now, keeping into the eyes of Azra, and I think this is Azra Pro, um, it's going to be very difficult because one member remains for all side of the team, and taking into account that one thing is the placement points, but another thing is the kill points. So let's see if that player, the last man standing for the squad, will survive.
Zed has to just basically play it safe at this point, even for Emmas.
Mhm.
Play it safe, just hide it off. Whatever happens here, at least you get to the placement points. Let them engage. If not, pick up those safe points, basically for those initial engagement. Be the one to finish off the rest of the squads here as we take a look again for our final 44 players here. Zone moving a little closer down south of school here as the rest coming up north here. While the rest of the squad still on the eastern side of our map here. Again, we still have a few more teams remaining, 13 to be exact here. 214 already on the safe zone area. And for Barangay, still no frags. I guess they're going in for a long range takedown of
Mhm.
214. Through and through for that house, but I guess it's not definitely not connecting perfectly yet. They don't have the clear shots to take those ones right now. It's just gonna be a fire and fire away here. Probably a waste of bullets for Barangay here. Not a good tactic for them. I honestly would prefer them to at least go in for a closer kill, put themselves in a better position, or at least if they have snipers, go for the long range shots. But for now, this is not gonna work for them. This is not gonna give them the points they need. Meanwhile, for Hydra, still also on the zero zone here. No frags for their team. Not a good spot here. It's basically open. Although they'll be able to see most of the teams coming in from that area, but those shots not gonna put them in a good situation as well. Mercs for hire still on the zero zone as well. A lot of the squads here, as we can see, are still not have any points as at the stage of this game.
Yes, actually, it's really much surprising that they were able to last this time long without getting any points. But having to see that some of them are now trying to reallocate themselves and going into a better positioning for them to secure those points. But right now, I think Lux is trying to have that really good engagement against 214 potentially. But here, Lux is now seeing the side of 214. Flick trying to engage, but then again, takes down some damage coming from Zyle. But then again, tries to reposition and of course secure a potential kill for their team. But here, MSI tries to get down KG, and KG will be getting another member or down for the count. So I think this will now be boiling down towards other members getting into the chaos. But right now, NGG being safe as possible, but then again, trying to reallocate themselves. So now it's a battle of positioning as we're now seeing the zone moving in.
Positioning is the key.
Oh!
Unfortunately, one losses that there. KG got shot down by the vehicle shut down on the other end. But nevertheless, they are still good to go. That uphill is gonna be difficult for anyone that is coming into that position. But of course, Migs coming in from the high ground fire could not connect just yet. Hive on the other end. Hive has the high ground advantage right now. But of course, Migs, his attention is split on all spots right now. Hive on one side, there's another on the other end. So hopefully he's able to utilize whatever he has quite well here. Nade's coming off already to take out Hive. Unfortunately, we're gonna leave them first for not so good gaming again and a not so good situation with Eman alive here, but Amender still good as well, but they're not together at this point. Nade, Amender trying to go in for the push. Good spare up right there, but the blow up.
Ooh.
Trying to go for the finish. Could not do, unfortunately, because
Ooh.
of backfire is coming in from the south. Emin coming in, trying to shut down south. There are a lot of players at this point in this hill. Who gets to get that W? Unfortunately, ooh, the nade could not connect just yet. It does actually. Nemes coming in hot, but unfortunately, one down on the other side. ALP on the other side, not so good on the right corner. It is a weird setup here. They have no cover at this point for Not So Good Gaming. Meanwhile, Barangay Esports is pinned down here on all sides of the front. 214 are top and ALP on the other end as well. This is not looking good for anyone downhill.
Definitely, as we're now remaining into the top 9 teams, most of them has already lost a potential member or potentially lost a member, while the others maybe 2 members down already. But here, coming from the barangay, trying to survive with their encounterment. But here, for Team Alpace Esports, trying to fog away the other enemy members, as we're now potentially see a 4v1 situation coming from the sole member of the barangay, Eloy, fighting against 4 devils coming from 214, and potentially not a good situation to begin with.
Absolutely. He's basically pinned down at this point by 214. So he's not able to move already. Either he goes for the kill or at least Barangay comes into the play. But 214 coming have to deal with ALP here on the side. You, long range perhaps, trying to go with the better positioning, trying to deal with the rest. 214 you. Coming in close. They have... Ooh, but the nade barely touches it. But is already on the red zone. Plus, that blue is coming in as well. So he's all over the place right now. Meanwhile, Monica trying to go in for the good loot here. KG on the front. Hive on the other side as well. Again, the high hill advantage. Hive is right there for the taking, but Monica will not give up the position just yet. The smokes coming in for the assist, trying to just survive this one. Monboy right there on top. Perhaps an open shot, still no good. No clean shot for that. Fortunately, Monica. Now perhaps an opportunity to reposition themselves at the other side of the coin. They're probably busy. Barangay Eloy still pinned down here by 214, unable to move whatsoever. Ryuk and the crew here perhaps trying to deal with the ALP here. Actually also pinned down as well. Barangay is not looking good at this point.
Okay, we're now seeing this is a potential crossfire happening into the side of Hive, but they were able to deal one member coming from the side of Karma Gaming. So this will be essentially a blow coming from their current strategy, as we're now seeing one of the members coming from team the barangays are now being taken down. But here, all of the needs, all of the user resources, all of the consumables are now being thrown, as we are now down to the last 5 teams, 13 players still remaining, and there we go. The Barangay Hachi was able to get down a member coming from a 214. Now, this will be the complete chaos for all of the remaining teams. Who will be the standing strong? Who will be the dominant into the last moment of this game? 9 members or 9 players are now remaining in favor for the side of KG, while for the side of Barangay, she is now being pinned down, while the other members are now fighting for the crossfire. Here, Hive Harmon Boy has already taken another member from the Barangay. So now, this will be a very intense battle for the last 7 players, the last 3 teams trying to secure the winner chicken dinner, and other members are now trying to push in, accommodating all of the utilities and already throwing all of those nades, all of those flags. Let's see on who will be standing into the top. Here, Monboy having a good eye view of the terrain, having the potential to see other members coming from the side of Karma Gaming. Will the karma of the good side will be in their favor?
Really weird situation here. As you can see here, Hive, Monboy, and Range both on the other side of the coin. Karma is still a good spot, at least for them. For Barangay, she is not in a good situation, but at least they're on the end zone here. High ground
Mhm.
advantage for Hive here. So that's going to be what we have to deal with at this point. So Migs definitely pinned down against Monboy, getting some shots right there. Hachi on the other hand, Hive will have an opportunity to at least regroup themselves and put themselves together. As you can see, Range and Monboy already on the spot right there.
Ooh,
Hachi and Monboy coming in, but
there we
still
go.
Karma Gaming shutting down Range right there. The smokes coming
Ooh,
in. Play zone shutting down some members of Karma Gaming, unfortunately. It's now down to Range basically to survive this one and bring it home for their squad. Nate's coming in, throwing it to Hachi's direction. Red out already good, but still could not connect. Karma Gaming on the other side. Advantage on the Karma because they have the numbers advantage here. Barangay only has Hachi. Red outing good. Ooh,
ooh,
but unfortunately the nade from Wak coming in for the clean now. Range 1B. I believe it's a 1B. Yep, it's a 1v2 situation. Range against Wakones and Mix here. Edge to edge of the situation. Mix popping off those smokes, drawing fire to Range, as Wakones probably will go for the trade here. Probably that's going to be the case here as Range crawling into the way of hope. 5 cracks already for the team. Wakones nades up. Will it connect? Not just yet. Too far in the left. Range coming in. He knows Mix is coming in from that side. The pinch is coming in for soon. And it's going to be a trade here for
close.
sure.
Push.
Range. Wakones. Range chooses Wakones. The
Cover.
backstab is going to be coming in.
Nade.
Not yet. Mix
Oh.
coming into the back. Boom! But unfortunately, the trade is good. Good execution right there for Karma Gaming. Indeed, great play setup for that between Wakones and Migs, bringing them that winner chicken dinner. Great performance for Karma Gaming. Of course, hats off still to Hive for pushing it through the very end. Range doing whatever he can to at least survive that gameplay. But nevertheless, numbers wins the advantage, and the numbers are with Karma Gaming.
Once again, congratulations to Karma Gaming for winning match number 3 under the Erangel map. What a play, considering their placement coming from the previous matches, and I think they were able to really communicate and maximize the current learning or coming from the previous learnings that they had from the previous battles. So they were able to see that all of the teams and with that proper coordination, they were able to execute that plan into motion during the last stages of the game. So, what a match indeed for game number 3, since considering that most of the engagement coming from Exquisite, Misfits, if I'm not mistaken, 214. So majority of them are, just combining, flashing all the way, while all of the members coming from KG Game, Karma Gaming really built on that situation. So again, congratulations to the squad.
Congratulations indeed, especially for Karma Gaming, at least nailing that winner chicken dinner for match number 3. But will that karma be good for them for match
Mhm.
number 4? That's going to be a big question. But of course, for the rest of the squads, can they come back stronger? Or perhaps we're going to see another squad get that winner chicken dinner for match
Mhm.
number 4? That's going to be the big question we're going to answer in just a bit as we take a breather for match number 4 here at Heartbreak Warfare, sanctioned by Tencent, and of course, playing it for PUBG Mobile.
Wow, classic maps are here! Experience familiar gameplay, fun reimagined. Start a hide and seek competition. Evade pursuing players. Clever concealment. Where's the safest place to hide? Master the Shadow Blade. Deflect projectiles to defeat enemies. Attain victory! Go to World of Wonder to try out more interesting maps.
Want to experience fast-paced gunfights? Then you definitely can't miss PUBG Mobile's Arena Mode. It's the perfect battleground to hone your skills. Arena features a variety of gameplays with some shared traits. You can slide, automatically heal when outside of combat, and have infinite respawns during the match. Don't worry about becoming a crate and focus on pure combat fun. Team Deathmatch. Before the match, you need to go to the loadout to equip weapons, attachments, and throwables. Arena training. Weapons can be freely picked up at the spawn point. No need to worry about loadouts in advance. Gun game is full of random fun. Every time you defeat an enemy, your weapon will change to something else, from SMGs to rifles to sniper rifles, with the final blow from the pan. Experience the thrill of eliminating enemies with various weapons. Complete arena matches to earn 2 growth gifts. Evo EXP. Increase Evo level to unlock more firearms. Weapon mastery. Increase mastery to unlock more attachments. Want to prove your strength? Join Ranked Arena. Your judgment and on-the-spot decisions are key to victory. The top 1,000 ranked players at the end of the season can obtain the Arena Dominator title. Climb the tiers to get more exclusive arena rewards. Join the arena now and be the next legend.
From the soil reborn life spreads, hidden roots beneath our lands, primal gleams where ages breaths. Can you hear the ancient call? To the roots, unto the sky, watch the darkness liquefy. From the ashes green will grow, where starlight waves a living red, burn the light, the veil of decay.
Wow, classic maps are here! Experience familiar gameplay, fun reimagined. Start a hide-and-seek competition. Evade pursuing players. Clever concealment. Where's the safest place to hide? Master the Shadow Blade. Deflect projectiles to defeat enemies. Attain victory! Go to World of Wonder to try out more interesting maps.
Want to experience fast-paced gunfights? Then you definitely can't miss PUBG Mobile's Arena Mode. It's the perfect battleground to hone your skills. Arena features a variety of gameplays with some shared traits. You can slide, automatically heal when outside of combat, and have infinite respawns during the match. Don't worry about becoming a crate and focus on pure combat fun. Team Deathmatch. Before the match, you need to go to the loadout to equip weapons, attachments, and throwables. Arena training. Weapons can be freely picked up at the spawn point. No need to worry about loadouts in advance. Gun game is full of random fun. Every time you defeat an enemy, your weapon will change to something else, from SMGs to rifles to sniper rifles, with the final blow from the pan. Experience the thrill of eliminating enemies with various weapons. Complete arena matches to earn 2 growth gifts. Evo EXP. Increase Evo level to unlock more firearms. Weapon mastery. Increase mastery to unlock more attachments. Want to prove your strength? Join Ranked Arena. Your judgment and on-the-spot decisions are key to victory. The top 1,000 ranked players at the end of the season can obtain the Arena Dominator title. Climb the tiers to get more exclusive arena rewards. Join the arena now and be the next legend.
classic maps are here! Experience familiar gameplay, fun reimagined. Start a hide-and-seek competition. Evade pursuing players. Clever concealment. Where's the safest place to hide? Master the Shadow Blade. Deflect projectiles to defeat enemies. Attain victory! Go to World of Wonder to try out more interesting maps.
Want to experience fast-paced gunfights? Then you definitely can't miss PUBG Mobile's Arena Mode. It's the perfect battleground to hone your skills. Arena features a variety of gameplay with some shared traits. You can slide, automatically heal when outside of combat, and have infinite respawns during the match. Don't worry about becoming a crate and focus on pure combat fun. Team Deathmatch. Before the match, you need to go to the loadout to equip weapons, attachments, and throwables. Arena training. Weapons can be freely picked up at the spawn point. No need to worry about loadouts in advance. Gun game is full of random fun. Every time you defeat an enemy, your weapon will change to something else, from SMGs to rifles to sniper rifles, with the final blow from the pan. Experience the thrill of eliminating enemies with various weapons. Complete arena matches to earn 2 growth gifts. Evo EXP. Increase Evo level to unlock more firearms. Weapon mastery. Increase mastery to unlock more attachments. Want to prove your strength? Join Ranked Arena. Your judgment and on-the-spot decisions are key to victory. The top 1,000 ranked players at the end of the season can obtain the Arena Dominator title. Climb the tiers to get more exclusive arena rewards. Join the arena now and be the next legend.
From the soil reborn life spreads, hidden roots beneath our lands, primal gleams where ages breaths. Can you hear the ancient call? To the roots, unto the sky, watch the darkness liquefy. From the ashes green will grow, where starlight waves a living bread, burn the light, the veil of decay.
Hello once again, everyone, and welcome to PUBG Mobile Esports Heartbreak Warfare Grand Finals Day number 1. This is your favorite Mindset caster, Mischievous Gaming, alongside with my co-caster, JD. So we were able to see some very interesting matchups coming from the early matches that we conducted today. So again, has been a very interesting matches because coming from game number 1 or match series number 1, we were able to see the dominancy of who was our match number 1, GD? I forgot. There we
Match number
go.
one is courtesy
Replay.
of course, Replay Esports. Second game, of course, is Azra Pro. And of course, recent match number three,
Hmm.
is by Karma Gaming. Now, it's actually been an interesting night, actually, for Mr. Boost.
Hmm.
As you can see, for particularly for round number three, Karma Gaming managed to secure 19 points, good placement, and of course, good kill count for their end. Hive again back in the mix. As you can see, Replay Esports went down number 6 for this particular match. They
Ooh.
did not start really quite well, even for the other ones, even for Azra Pro. But of course, for the other teams, it was a surprising turn of events for them, particularly for Hive, who did not come up strong for the first two rounds. ALP, same thing. Even for Barangay Tactics, they were basically non existent for match number two and really did well for match number three. Even for MSI, Misfits, was kind of dwindling for match number one and two. And now, at least for match number three, secures themselves with 8 points. So that's going to be good. But of course, now it's a matter of consistency for these five teams rather. Can they remain consistent, particularly for Karma Gaming, now that they already have a significant advantage? As we check the overall scoreboard here,
Mhm.
Replay Esports still pushing themselves to the top spot with 39 points. Hive with that round number three win really puts them in a good spot with 28. MSI surprisingly at 26, and no not so good games at 24 points. As the Pro at 24, and of course for Karma Gaming at 24 as well as the top six. So this is a good situation ready for them. Now, goal for, I guess, for those that are on the from top four onwards, top four to eight, at least elevate themselves at number four, match number
Mhm.
4 and 5, push that for that winner chicken dinner, and at least get as much as at least 7 frags to their names, to their teams, to push those numbers really high and bump those other teams that are on the same level, and basically push them down and put themselves up on pushing themselves to a better position on their rankings moving forward.
Definitely. And seeing from the overall leaderboards, there's going to be really big expectations coming from the side of Team Replay. Most especially, they are now one of the leading so far in our day number 1 of the grand finals. But there's still some opportunity coming from the other teams coming rank from 9 to 16 that they can still catch up as long as they secure the top placement and of course secure a quite number of kills in order for them to qualify for the top 8. But let's see if they will be able to build on the expectations, and of course coming from the community members that are watching our live right now, please do support your team so that they can hear all of your voices cheering them on into this heartbreak warfare. So very excited to see on which of the teams right now will shift in momentum per se, or will they be able to shift in terms of placements or strategy so that they will be becoming one of the top 8 teams. So considering all of the historicals that happened coming from the previous matches, I think Team Replay really has it into the in terms of momentum as they try to keep their place into the top one.
Mhm.
So JD, what may be your so-called expectations now towards the other teams, having the context that they are now the top one for Team Replay?
Now for Replay Esports, they unfortunately did not really perform quite well for match number three.
Mhm.
They were just basically carried over for match number one and two, which was good for them. So that's at least a good starting point. So if ever you have a bad round, you have another match that you can pull yourselves from. Now for Replay Esports, this is now a matter of consistency. They now have to make sure that they're able to pull through, at least get themselves to the top five for match number four at this
Mhm.
point, or at least get to top three to really secure their spots. If they fall short of that, that's when Hive and the other teams have the opportunity to really put themselves up in a significant advantage. As you can see earlier from our stats, they are just close by 1 or 2 points. That's the difference
Mhm.
between our top places and what have you. But for replay and the rest, the next best one I believe is Hive. That's about a 10-point advantage. So if you lose
Mhm.
that 10-point advantage, if replay underperforms yet again, they lose that advantage. Hive can come in and sweep that top level spot, and for the rest, perhaps even do better. So, or at least tie themselves to Hive at this point. So this is going to be a matter of really performing well, really setting your mind to the game itself. Focused and no mistakes as much as you can. No mistakes. Really push to have the entire squad available up and running until the very end. You do not
Mhm.
delay your engagements. Just be smart with them. Utilize those throwables to at least set up your initial takedowns, and if go for the finish with your CQB. And at this
Yeah,
point, of
agree.
course, map is set up is quite again, unfortunately, not no military
Too
base
good.
for you, my friend. No military base for you. We're back where we started. It might end up again in school or perhaps probably in the far north. Let's see.
Hmm. Definitely. And I think this is one of the unusual flight paths that we were able to see coming for today's matches, coming from east now going to southwest, but majority of the teams are now centralized coming from school. Let's see if it's going to be a mirror match wherein school will be still will be handling the safe zone. But right now it's still in early on in the game. So same process, same map since this is Erangel. So technically speaking, all of the teams are now building up their momentum by equipping themselves by with the mollies, the throwables, the armor, and the helmet and whatnot. So in order for them to be much more prepared onto the late game. So I think this is a repeated momentum based action coming from the previous matches. But right now we're seeing quite a little bit tip of wins wherein we're now seeing early engagements coming from the different side of teams, particularly for Flick, as one of the member are now critically low as the moment.
Yeah, this is desperate times calls for desperate measures. You really have to make sure that now they already know their standing. They have a
Mhm.
clear understanding where they are, how much they need to catch up. You will have to find those engagements, not just uh, run through them, but run after them. That's going to be
Mhm.
the big situation, the big factor here. You want to make sure that you find your opponents before they find you and get those engagements. Really hit those. Whatever you have right now is worth worth it rather than just waiting out for things to happen to you guys. So at this point, you don't want to just sit around and wait for things to pass or at least get those comms like okay they're there but you're not engaging. Engage as much as you can. Smart. Be smart about it. That's one thing, because you don't want to be cannon fodder for any of these teams. So that's something that you don't want to happen at this point particularly. So it's really a matter of full strategy, and at the same time that aggression has to come in right now, as we're only closer to basically we're uh, 2 matches left for day number 1. So if you want to put yourselves in a good situation for day number 2 and 3, get those engagements up already, get those numbers high, and then you're, you know, when you have yourselves at least for day 2, you're all ready. You understand how your opponents work and how they rotate, how they move to the map, what's their preference. Then you can basically pick your spots and take that W next time.
Definitely, and I couldn't say it much more better what you said there, JD, and I couldn't agree with you more. Since again, this is the one. This day number one is like the momentum based builder for each of the teams right now. So maybe some others that fell short, maybe on day number two, once they really capture all of the details coming from the opposing teams, maybe they'll be having another better performance the next day. But right now, let's stick for day number one as we're now seeing Alpace Esports trying to chase down some of the members coming from Flick. But here, I think they are now, as you mentioned, go for the do or die situation, trying to catch up with other members. But I guess that will try to scare them off for the time being. But right now, for the side of Lux International, same game as usual, trying to loop back and again get all of those resources back in handy. But here, Five. Oh, it's a very, very tough situation for Moonboy as potentially taking down coming from the opposing team. But here, critically low. Moonboy coming from the south, trying to take some shoppers. Here, outface. Oh no, with that grenade. Takes down Moonboy.
Unfortunately for Moonboy, he was spotted and taken out by that nade. Same thing with Kenj. Again, the finish already coming in from that side. Flick Esports again, not in a good start for this one. As Rain shuts down Kenji with the vehicle takedown. Pogo is also down. Again, ALP dealing with a Hive here. And said basically shutting down Monboy with the nade kill. Banana on the far end. Pretz will not be able to assist that. So I guess for DOS, Sed, and Seven, they have the opportunity to at least chase down Banana or Pretz here. If they're bold enough, they have the vehicle advantage. It's a pickup between one or two. It's a 3v1 situation, so might as well take that one out. And now, Sed, ooh! But Pretz still aiming too good. Shutting down Sed here, needs to go on for cover. Needs to heal up right now as Banana coming into the rotation on the other side here. Hive not giving up their position even though they do not have the numbers advantage at that point. They were able to really pull it off quite well. And ALP needs to back off against Hive for now. Even though they're in a 3v1 situation. 16 teams remaining, 61 players still up and running. So this round number 4, match number 4 is starting a little bit stronger here. Faster in compared to the previous 3 matches.
Definitely. And I think it's because they were able to learn of the overall standing that they're placing with. So right now they're trying to catch up as much as they can. And I think this is an eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth battle wherein as early as possible you want to take down enemy opponents while they're at their weakest point. Once they reach their end game, potentially you'll be having a hard time to really much take them down because they are much more equipped, they have more firepower in their hands. So right now, Team Hive is much more of the burning fire per se, wherein most of the players are now targeting some of the members right now, trying to bring them down and lower them or lower their chances into the top 8 slot. But here, from the side of not so good games, maybe they're trying to still adapt their normal approach or strategy coming from the previous games that we were able to see. So having a low key profile may lead them to another winner chicken dinner because they are not primarily engaging so far, not yet, into this match.
Not engaging, not yet. But of course, it's gonna be changing as we go along, no? But for the rest of the other teams here, especially for those who are not for the bottom 8, this is where really desperation has to kick in. Because if they're
Exactly.
going to rely purely on luck, it's not gonna work for them. Case in point for ALP. ALP was I think they're, if I'm not mistaken, if I memory serves me right, they're about bottom 8 as well. So they really need to engage quite well right now. Really push to those engagements. As you can see, surprisingly for this matchup, you can only see Locks, Exquisite, and Azra on the far end of the map. Hopefully they have the vehicles in play here, but this is not looking good for them. For the rest who are also inside the zone, now they have the opportunity to really find their opponents, get those points. Because if you're staying way outside of the zone, you're not gonna meet anyone there. You're gonna put yourself in a match. At the same time, you're not getting points. So might as well get yourself into the zone, find those centers, find your opponents, and really get those numbers up right now. Because the time is the presence, time is at the essence right now. Either somebody else is getting your points, or nobody else is. So might as well be the one to get those points. At this point, speaking of which, some points trying to be exchanged between MSI and not so good, but so far, only MSI has one on their name with Kawaii team. MSI is dealing with not so good from the far end, but of course it's still not connecting as they would prefer to. Ooh! The shutdown
Drive-by.
right there from FB. Drive-by takedown right there. I think it was not the final one, but nevertheless, the drive-by setup for MSI is really doing them well as execution on the other end of the spectrum, but way too far to engage. So this is something as well for execution. They need to really work themselves up as well. They're not on the top 8 for sure.
Mhm.
So they need to really either run towards mischief Misfit Esports or anybody else that they're in the range and find themselves those points.
Definitely. And I think it's one of those scenarios that okay, we're not in the top 8, we're in situating in the bottom 8. So what we can do right now is to at least go for a much more aggressive approach. And I think I, we are now seeing this type of approach towards the bottom 8 of the team because again they're trying to really catch up into the leaderboards, but they need to be more strategic in terms of placing themselves because you can't just go all around Rambo around the map because that wouldn't be a really good situation for you. But if the situation fits to go on all out Rambo, then by all means, right? But since you're already equipped with the grenades, with the proper molotovs, the cocktails and such, so really a really good combination to really much maximize the opportunity when you can. Since this is in the situation of the last remaining 2 games later on, so you'll be really having a hard time to really catch up when you are like trying to play it on play safe mode. But right now, we're seeing here Team Replay still complete. All of the equipment are still intact, and all of the members are just really trying to move along, disengage as much as they can because again, they are in the top 1 slot. So having them much more of a bigger target than the other team squads out there. So let's see if other teams will be able to take them down early on into this game.
Yeah, definitely for the side of Replay Esports, they have the numbers advantage when it comes to the points and their position, so they can play safe for round number 4 if they want to.
Mm.
But of course, again, you don't want to be a sitting duck for any of these teams that might just come in behind and take you out, and not that's gonna put them in an even disadvantage if, as I mentioned, if Replay Esports loses a round significantly by no points or not placing within the top 5, that's
Mm.
gonna let any other team take that advantage and basically win for themselves. Now, this time, Hydra, not so good for 7 here. I guess that fire is coming from Azra from the back end. But of course, Emma's spotting Envy already. Going through and
Oh,
through. The takedown is good. But of course, still need to deal with Kendi on the other side. Oh, the top
whoa!
down shutdown. But of course, still surviving. Emma's needs to deal with 2 people. Unfortunately,
Oh!
both down. The Gabs Nate takedown here with Emma's. Good trade right there for Azra. And now 762 shot trying to take out one member here. Gab is trying to survive as Nilo is way out of the corner. Skadi is way out to the far. Mav taken out by 762 here. But needs to heal up immediately. Skadi and 762 are in a good spot here. Skadi trying to nade out the situation. Hopefully lands one for the team. But Gab, oh, spots on with the close shotgun. And the finish right there. Takes a bit of a damage, but still good. Trade off there. And Hydra dealing with Gab basically at this point. As Mav and Seven will not be able to assist anymore. Skadi coming in. Ooh, trying to hold on for dear life. Red dots on the Gab. Skadi still good. Zero will not be able to do anything here.
And
Ooh, the
boom.
chase is on. Gab upstairs and downstairs, just trying to get the best spot to take that medic. My goodness, this is just gonna be. I don't like the way Gab is working here. This is trigger happy setup. The way he's moving here is basically as soon as he sees it, he throws it out. No, try to find your spot. You're using an SG. Try to make sure that you have that shot, or you're just giving yourself the position at the same time. You're losing bullets for you.
Mhm. Definitely. And right now, it's really tight situation,
Ooh,
especially with Gab. And just like you
nasty.
said, very bad space and a bad grenade shot, but still deals a significant damage against Gab. Right now, all of the medkits are almost to be used. Let's see what kind of situation that will be dealing with here. This will be a 3v1 against Misfits International, but some of the members, or if I'm not mistaken, that was Jimboy, trying to circle around and trying to get the back shot. Let's see if they will be able to successfully execute that. But while the other members of Misfits try to, just bring in the attention of Gab, not noticing the secret engage.
Yeah, that was a crazy engagement. Of course, Loxy decided to just stay away from that situation right now. Kram, I guess, trying to find a way to throw that. Not sure what direction he wants to aim it. Oh, probably in the side of MSI. Yes.
Hmm.
Let's see here the situation.
Ooh!
Ooh, that's nasty, but it's still good. Darn. Sarah just coming in hot right there. The
Oh, oh!
takedown is good, but of course the backstab coming in with the play. Yonche basically finishing that one off for the team. And now MSI trying to regain a bit of confidence here with 4 frags to their name already as early as now. Meanwhile, 214, also one of the members of the bottom 8, still very quiet for their team, hoping to find some engagements for their side here. As Wakone shuts down Mamba with a long range takedown. Zyle coming in as well. So this is an interesting setup here for some of the teams. They're really finding their groove already and trying to find their opponents and not be afraid to do their engagement.
Okay, right now it's going to be a much more chaotic situation for all of our teams as we're now dealing with the top 15 teams with remaining 44 members. As we're now seeing here, Team KG trying to engage, but then again, caught on fire with the Molly. But here we go! Lucy has been pinned down and now down for the count. Now 2 members are now.
We are just having some. Yeah, we're still good here. MSI, Yonche, and FB here. Long range gunfight here, trying to take out Karma Gaming from the back end. Probably not a good idea yet. Don't have a clear shot for this one. And of course, the zone kicking in already. So that's an extra problem for them. Meanwhile, Tony Kawai feeling cute and all, trying to go through the smoke here. Perhaps they have eyes set already on Karma Gaming. Karma Gaming here trying to stay away from the battle already, as the rest of the team are not in a good spot. As we take a look at the situation here, 14 teams remain, 44 players, everyone basically in the zone already. We're gonna head out to Roscoe for our final zone, most likely here, as they're trying to go in for the push already. And meanwhile, QZ coming in back into the game. So this is going to be an interesting situation for any of these teams. We're definitely seeing aggression. We're definitely seeing for any of these teams, regardless of whether or not it's going to short range kill or the long range one, they're able to push through already. They want those numbers up, especially for the bottom 8. For the rest of the top 8 players, they're playing it safe, they're playing it smart, and at the same time, they now understand where their strengths are, not just on long range gunfights, but at least those close range. And of course, placement points definitely helping them out. As we take a look at, of course, Exquisite Esports dealing with Barangay here. But meanwhile, Hybrid not in a good spot right now.
Oh no!
Right?
Oh
Ooh,
no!
but Banana K coming in. Not a good situation for any of these teams, but at least so far for Hive, they're still up and running. 2 frags to their name. Perhaps a bit more courtesy of Karma if they can get it.
Okay, from here, you can see here members coming from the side of Exquisite, trying to penetrate inside this building, trying to force out some of the members that still lurks within. But right now, I think it's really good that some of them was able to take at least some of the members come from different squads to lower down their HP, as we're now seeing here Team Execration now going on Maniac mode for the side of Alpace Esports. So, and also with the other members come from MSI. So right now, Alpace versus Hive International. So it's very it's interesting to see on what kind of situation that they are going to place themselves. So here, Alpace Monica having the high grounds, providing vision at the same time information towards their team, since a majority of players are on the ground side. So this is a really good situation if there's a potential crossfire happening into this area. So multiple teams can be taken down in an instant.
For sure, if they can utilize that one quite well, that's going to be fantastic for their team. But meanwhile, here for Exquisite, coming in here, interesting setup. Because it's a long range gunfight, I guess. But
Mhm.
Exquisite definitely understand ALP is at the corner there. The nade throw just to push them off for now as we take a look at the situation. Karma Gaming on the other side, Hive significantly separated from each other, while the rest, well, compressed, I guess, at this point. But let's see who the backstab is coming in. Ooh. Eyes at the back of your head from Say Less. Understand the takedown, but manages to put it to his advantage. But unfortunately, the nade from Zed finishes that one off. You got lucky once, but not twice right here. Meanwhile, Lord, through the smoke, through everything, trying to survive that one. Redness all along for Exquisite Esports, as Salis and Genji all in a bad spot right now. Oh, that Lord, but the nade from Monica right there, and said, my goodness, what a takedown from ALP.
That was a 10 out of 10 grenade shot if it's going to be on a basketball league. A complete wipeout for a squad. What a play coming from the side of Alspace Esports. Really commendable. For the viewers watching right there, clip that momentable moment. And right now, we're seeing in the top 9 teams with the 25 players remaining. While in terms of placement, I think we can see here team execution still really needs to get those points up, as we're now seeing with 5 eliminations, and I think that's still not enough to place them on the top 8, but still they're trying their best to really win this winner chicken dinner.
I guess it's not just trying for them, it's really understanding where their position is now at this point in the competition. And
Mhm.
of course, they're really showing off what they're able to do. They're able to do this well.
Ooh!
But unfortunately, Capo just spotting one right there. But Ryuk shutting down 27 with that nade kill from off cam. 2-1-4 also making sure that they have those numbers to themselves as we're down to our final 9. As you can see, I think almost every team is here.
Mhm.
Alpace Esports way up top, Hive down low, Execution on the basically on the west side, Karma almost near them, not so good gaming dealing with them as well, and of course Mercs also there on that side. The only one that doesn't have a solid engagement right now is 214, but we know that they have long range advantage, so that's gonna be significant setup for them as well. As Mercs for Hire using the smokes to transition from one spot to another at this point. But ooh, a bit of a takedown there. I'm not sure who's shooting what, but Banana is down already from Hive. Range is still here. I guess they're pinned down from whoever is shooting them from whatever area. Range
Mhm.
probably trying to deal with Mercs here. But of course, right now, not so good gaming dealing with them as well. Everyone's trying to take out one after the another, and numbers are just dwindling away as we're down to our final 23 players here for match number 4, as Van Dyke trying to survive here for now. He's the only one left for not so good games here. Perhaps trying to pull up an upset, but let's see if he can pull it off, while the rest trying to reposition themselves and make sure that they have opportunity to be closer to that winner chicken dinner.
Exactly. So now we're now seeing the top 8 teams remaining into this round, and majority of them are almost closely together, but divided by the smoke and houses within the area. But here we can see a loot crate potentially in the side of Hive. Will this be a potential bait, as Azra is on the other side? If um they will be able to take this loot crate. But right now, KG, Honest tries to provide a very quick positioning, and tries to get potentially the kills from that. But here, the zone once again shrinks down into the streets. Okay, this will be an open land battle for everyone once once that zone catches in. And right now, majority of the players coming from Azra just keeping into the high grounds, but Kimetz keeps that eye on the streets in the lower grounds.
Astra is in a weird situation here. As you can see, for their squad, they don't have any flags yet, so they're
Mhm.
basically going to probably rely on the placement points. But that is not, well, that could probably work for them, or at least get a few frags and get themselves to top 1 if that's their
Mhm.
play for now. But for Alpace here, really doing well so far. 5 frags already to their name, but a bit of with a bit of luck, they might be able to
Mhm.
pull something off here for this evening, as they're just trying to go in for the push. Pretz dealing with 7, unfortunately. That's one man down for their team, for Alpace here. That's 2-1-4, still holding on to position. Karma Gaming on the other side. Mercs just one alone there on the corner. This is a very interesting situation here on who finds who first, and everyone's just gonna be holding off to their houses and hoping they're in the right spot when that zone closes in, and they're not gonna have to force themselves to move into the open grounds for their next cover. As we're down to our final 5 here, 11 players to the game. Misfits already gone. Karma still here. 2-1-4 on the other side. Alpe still alive. Hive numbers advantage for them, and Azra Blitz just holding on to their position so
Ooh.
far. So let's see. I think it's gonna end up coming into that road takedown.
Yeah,
That highway
definitely.
was bit.
Okay, there we go. A majority of the players coming from high, trying to pushing in, and there all majority of the players are now heading into the streets. 214 providing the information. Hive trying to take around. Let's see who will be the final teams or team members will be standing. 7 players remaining. 3 teams now standing, fighting for that winner chicken dinner. Let's see. Oh, Burbs is trying to revive one of his members. So this will be a 2v3 situation as they are trying to take down members coming from the side of Azra. 214 members are just trying to stay out of the fight between these two teams and trying to win it out by chance if they don't be found by other members of the squads. Right now, this will be battle of the top 3. Who will be the standing member? Who will be the clutch plays? Who will be having that grenade in fact moment as we're now seeing members majority. Banana throws in the flag. It's getting into the zone. We're trying to flush away the members. And here we go. The play zone. Azra Jex will be taken down. While the other members, Hive numbers game. 2v3 situation happening here. Range will be falling in down. No, no. Will this be a clutch play? 214 will be winning this round.
Numbers advantage did not play for Hive here, as 2-1-4 surprisingly, patience paid off for them. They basically just hold off in that trench area on that roadside. Hive had to deal with Astra all the way, and then when they were weakened, 2-1-4 basically coming in. They were Hive could not really see well where 2-1-4 was, and that worked for them. And congratulations, 2-1-4 Pro, winner chicken dinner for match number 4.
What an amazing play. Waiting out other team squads just to eliminate themselves and having an opportunity. And as the saying goes, patience always grants its rewards. And 214 was able to reap that reward into this game. And surprisingly, they are a new contender here. So essentially, well, not copied, but also synergized coming from the strategy of team replay, just waiting it out until to the last moment. And I think that's the really best approach here if you're contending into the top, below top 8 slot. So I think one of the great strategies that they were able to execute into this round.
Yeah, and of course, let's be honest. When it comes to their situation with 2-1-4, they were all
Mhm.
basically a 2B4B3
Mhm.
situation. Rather than engage, it was really smarter for them to just hold it off. Lucky
Yeah.
for them that the zone was really pushing to their side, and basically it ended up being a road matchup. And by the time that they had to deal with Hive, Azra has already put them through a lot already, and the damage has
Mhm.
already been done on the side of Hive. They were not able to regenerate anymore. They were
Mhm.
basically out of meds basically at that setup, and plus the fact that for 214 they had a significant, it doesn't look like a significant terrain advantage, but
Mhm.
because Hive did not have enough clearance on how to deal with their opponents. They just have to basically duck it out and then do the nades. Basically, again, the nade
Mhm.
workout here for 214, and of course those shots landing perfectly on already injured Hive members, thus delivering them the winner chicken dinner for tonight. But that is still definitely not enough to put them on the top 10. But that's
Mhm.
gonna put them at least in a better momentum compared to the other teams. Now, for the rest of the members of the top 8, well, I have to say, on the top of my head, Replay Esports is not in a good situation right now since Hive
Mhm.
goes to top 2, has a good numbers already at that
Mhm.
point, and then um they still managed to go in as second place, so that placement points plus their kills, Hive might have the chance to topple up Replay Esports at this point. And now for the rest of the teams that are under uh basically number 3 onwards, 3 to 8,
Mhm.
they now have the opportunity to really flip the numbers. So now it's a critical situation for Replay Esports as well. They cannot stay, relax at this point. But
Mhm.
we will need to relax because we will have a short break in just a bit. We will be back for match number 5 here at Heartbreak Warfare Grand Finals Day 1. Please stick around.
Wow, classic maps are here! Experience familiar gameplay, fun reimagined. Start a hide-and-seek competition. Evade pursuing players. Clever concealment. Where's the safest place to hide? Master the Shadow Blade. Deflect projectiles to defeat enemies. Attain victory! Go to World of Wonder to try out more interesting maps.
Want to experience fast-paced gunfights? Then you definitely can't miss PUBG Mobile's Arena Mode. It's the perfect battleground to hone your skills. Arena features a variety of gameplay with some shared traits. You can slide, automatically heal when outside of combat, and have infinite respawns during the match. Don't worry about becoming a crate and focus on pure combat fun. Team Deathmatch. Before the match, you need to go to the loadout to equip weapons, attachments, and throwables. Arena training. Weapons can be freely picked up at the spawn point. No need to worry about loadouts in advance. Gun game is full of random fun. Every time you defeat an enemy, your weapon will change to something else, from SMGs to rifles to sniper rifles, with the final blow from the pan. Experience the thrill of eliminating enemies with various weapons. Complete arena matches to earn 2 growth gifts. Evo EXP. Increase Evo level to unlock more firearms. Weapon mastery. Increase mastery to unlock more attachments. Want to prove your strength? Join Ranked Arena. Your judgment and on-the-spot decisions are key to victory. The top 1,000 ranked players at the end of the season can obtain the Arena Dominator title. Climb the tiers to get more exclusive arena rewards. Join the arena now and be the next legend.
We are almost done, but the game is just heating up. Welcome back to Heartbreak Warfare. Match number 4 already done. Of course, this match is sanctioned by Tencent Mobile. And of course, you still have me, JD the Caster Dad, together with Mischievous Gaming. It has been a wild evening. We've only had nothing but shocking moments from beginning till round number 4. So far, we've only had 4 winner winner chicken dinner. This time, it's 2-1 for leading the charge. This time with 17 points for their team. Hive remaining consistent, coming up with 14 here. ALP as well for Alpace Esports doing a great job this time. Round match number 3 winners, Karma Gaming slipping down to number 4, and of course Burst for Hire surprisingly managed to put themselves on the top 5.
Okay, very interestingly enough, we were able to see a sudden shifts coming from the different teams, most especially from Team Execution, Esquire, and the like, and most especially Lux International. So very interesting to see the current standing from match number 4. But then again, it all boils down to what will happen into the next two games later on. Because again, every games will be leading into a new map. So we were able to get from map game number 1 from Rondo, coming from 2 to 4 to Erangel, and now we will be heading on to a different map, which is Miramar. So some of you may differ in terms of perspective in this map, but for me personally, is I love this map in terms of playstyle because you'll just drive along. Maybe some will take it too long, maybe, but for me, I just love the drive-bys and of course the um fast-paced engagement when it comes to the final zone. No? But right now, it's going to be a very different momentum. So in terms of how the players they were able to adapt from Erangel, it's going to be very different in Miramar. So expectations will be shifting, players will be adjusting, and most especially the squad will also be strategizing. So let's see on how they will be adjusting to match number 5 under Miramar.
Yeah, risk strategy is definitely a big thing here for Miramar. As you mentioned, this is a wide open map. It's a there's a hate and love relationship for a lot of
Yeah.
players here for Miramar. But nevertheless, we have seen in my previous experience, I've seen a lot of teams that really do well in Miramar over Erangel for some weird reason. But nevertheless, whatever the case may be, for the other teams that are still on the bottom 8, they still need to really
Mhm.
work themselves up to the leaderboards. But unfortunately, this time with Miramar in the mix, it's just got a little bit more complicated. For
Mhm.
Replay Esports, it was a bad round number 4 for them.
Mhm.
So either they step up here at Miramar, or for some glorious reason, Hive Esports rides that momentum, even though they're not securing that winner winner chicken dinner. At least point wise and
Mhm.
possession wise, they're making themselves available for at least the top 3 or top 2 at this point. But
Mhm.
for the rest of the teams, let's say for Loxy Esports, who were performing well during the group stage, or again for Karma Gaming, who did well for round number 3, and the rest of the teams, they really have to step up a little bit more. For 2-1 Pro, it was a matter of luck, I guess. There was a bit of luck and a good, smart strategy for them. Let's
Mhm.
be honest, it's a bit of luck and good strategy for them. Now, if 214 wants to step it up a little bit better and really put themselves at least top 5 moving forward, they now have to really do a little better here at Miramar. Utilize the terrain to their advantage the way they did at Erangel, and of course, have those long range weapons available for you throughout the day.
Actually, I like what you said in terms of luck coming from 214 because I believe they're in the hands of the blue zone gods at this moment. Because again, the terrains is different. Coming from the strategy that they were able to use from Erangel is different. So maybe luck may be or maybe not on their side this time around because considering it's a different map. But going back to our teams right now, so it's a very different story since a majority of them already shifted, coming from the top 5 down to the top 8, and now some of them, as you mentioned, come from the group stage, are now in the bottom. So
Mhm.
there are so many things that you can consider, and maybe many things that's running on the player's top of of mind right now because again, pressure is already setting in. Despite this is already game number one, day number one of our grand finals, but taking into account the standing of the overall leaderboards, they really need to step up their game into the last two rounds.
For sure. At least end day one strong. Make sure that the last two rounds for Miramar here, you end up getting at least the great numbers, at least positioning yourselves to at least top five and
Mm-hmm.
having flags no less than five. At least that's the goal right now for the rest of the teams. For Replay Esports, they have to step up to get themselves back into the leaderboard. For Hive, it has been consistent. So keep that consistency, hit, keep that grit, keep that no holds barred mentality. But for the rest, play smarter, play harder. Do not be afraid to engage, and you will reap those rewards. And so far, here at Miramar, pushing west to east side, that's been a flow of our map. Again, as we mentioned, this is a huge map, but surprisingly, we are
Ooh.
favoring way down south here at Chumacera. So everyone is gonna roll down there as we go along for round number 5 here. So it's gonna be a lot of peaceful moments, perhaps,
Mm-hmm.
um, for the next few minutes. As we mentioned, that this place is significantly wide, but I guess with the scarcity of the places that you can loot, that's where we would definitely find engagement. And hopefully, for any of these teams, especially for those who are in the bottom 8, you find them well, you find them fast, and you get what you need and what hopefully your wish list basically when it comes to the weapons and your equipment.
Definitely. And considering the factors into play, so definitely the luck is not on their side for all of the teams right now because again the zone has been shifted towards the south part portion of the map. So majority of them are most likely than not are going to travel a very very long way. But as you mentioned, this map has really scarce equipment, scarce weapons located all around the map. So technically speaking, we can potentially see other engagements coming from those nearby teams that landed early on into this game. So maybe, just maybe, the strategy here is it's going to be the really long game, basically, since they really need to loot up and gear up as much as possible since in terms of like placement that the where they're in right now, it's going to be very difficult since availability of vehicles is also scarce. So may the best players or best squad get the best possible vehicles that they can get since it's going to be a very 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 long battle indeed.
Very long battle indeed. Scarce resources, few vehicles, a lot of problems for any of these teams. But of course, this is what PUBG is all about. You are
Mhm.
able to utilize whatever you can, whatever is available for you, and make it work. And that's where the okay and casual players and the pro players are separated basically. So if you're able to utilize whatever you have at your disposal, use that to your advantage, really pop off quite well, that is what being a pro is all about.
Mhm.
That is how this game is gonna work here for the entire evening. As you can see, it's all about again the vehicle setup here is trying to make sure that since everyone's basically decided to go up north, they'll have to push themselves down south already. And perhaps for some of these teams, that's the goal already. Get get whatever you can within the areas that you're gonna drive through, and then put yourselves in the southern part of the map. Go there
Mhm.
to Chumashera already as much as you can, and then wait for your opponents. Because once that zone hits, and you don't have enough vehicles or gas available for you, you're gonna have a big problem at this point. So now you're hearing a bit of engagement already from either sides here. Hive significantly separated from one another, but Alpace Esports will definitely not be a threat so far here. For we still have, of course, 17 teams, 65 players still alive and kicking. No crazy moments has happened so
Oh,
far. Speaking of crazy, 2-1 for Hash. Unfortunately, going to go down by the
oh,
drive-by, courtesy of Loxy here. But trying to go in for the finish, and South does the job. One member down already from our previous winner. Capo, you and Jinx now have to deal with that. Not a good start were from our previous winners.
Definitely. Again, they are adjusting to the new terrain, new map, and of course the resources that's scarcely available towards them. But again, with the limited time and of course the shift in momentum in terms of the play style of the players and the squads, most likely than not, they need to be adaptive really, really fast right now. So losing one of the players can really two things can be a motivation for them to really keep it lay low for this entire round, or two, have it fixer up problem wherein they need to deal with other teams in terms of having engaged them early on, because again this is the early stages of the game, so all majority of the teams are, at this weakest point, probably we're probably still in the weakest point. But drive-bys are really, really, really common in this type of terrain and map. So most likely than not, we'll be able to see more of them later on.
More drive-bys, more chases, more
Mm-hmm.
car fun for you guys. But nevertheless, this is gonna be a race to the south here, basically, as I've mentioned. For any of these teams, whatever you have at your disposal, it's gonna be critical for the next few minutes as we go on. Especially once you're able to secure at least that loot box once it drops. So that's gonna be a big question, I guess, for a lot of these people. Once you have that vehicle in play, once it becomes available, it's a matter of it's a race basically for any of these teams. And speaking of racing here, bullets racing down left, right, and center for MSI, but unfortunately, we're coming into Kenj, dealing with I believe yes, this is exquisite esports right now, and say less shutting down Kenj already to the bus through and through again. Unfortunately, another member of Flick goes down. And Pugo alive here. But ooh, the
Ah,
shot right there from Say Less. Perfectly timed. And of course, a little bit of a drive-by there. Probably just a reposition from the team. Ner, unfortunately, needs to abandon the position at this point. Perhaps try to find Pugo, but I don't think that's going to be the case anymore. Probably the call right now is to just bail out, save
mhm.
yourself, and find another spot for you to at least get yourselves to the position setup, because that one was just nasty for Flick.
I couldn't say it really nasty, but it was super bad for the side of the team. But right now, um they still have the opportunity to rise up, bandage up in terms of placing themselves towards a much more safer zone. But again, the race continues, going to the south side of the map. Hence, there are many opportunities for them to maybe first team to reach at the southern part of the area is to place themselves snugly in terms of waiting for the other teams to get into the area, or rather than waiting them engage with them towards the battle. But here we can see here KG engaging Alpace, so this can be potentially a takedown, as they were able to successfully knock down one of the members coming from KG. So I can see here from our map, majority of players are now inside the safe zone, having Azra and, if I'm not
Azra and of course Hydra still way out of the zone, but of course headed back into the mix already. Same thing with Execration. So probably they just had to make sure that they have the right equipment for the end before they start the engagement. Risky move, but it's hopefully it pays off for these teams. But for the rest, they're already positioning themselves within the zone already, and now it's a matter of hunt. Whether whoever is coming in from their direction, they're able to pick them off already. So that's probably the plan for most of these squads, as sa akin, try to drive way uphill, probably logically and even physically not possible, but something is possible here for Menor, and trying to shut down those vehicles, probably trap their opponents at that area. I believe that's Azra or somebody else, perhaps down low here. That's gonna be the case for uh not so good games. But now probably has eye set on somebody else, probably on the Azra side. Heard that already for the side of Minor, but will not engage just yet. Meanwhile, we're still sitting at 58 players, 15 squads still alive and kicking here. Ooh, wide open here, but Minor takes a bit of a hit there. Needs to play up immediately. Emin trying to go in for the close drive-by, trying to draw fire. Emin Comes back to the front. Nades up ready. Saken. Oh, unfortunately, needs to deal with 214 on the other side of the coin here. Dragon still good. But South is driving away. Saken not so good right now. Bit of a red there. No clear shot for 214. Spots Capo. Will not connect just yet. Oh, but unfortunately, Capo connects. And now, 214 coming back strong again, dealing with their respective opponents for this matchup right now. Loxi International, not so good right now. Yukin and Yu, the drive is good. Oh, but Yu goes down. Kram is there. Eugene all alone. Eugene needs to go through and survive, but unfortunately could not handle the pressure anymore from Loxi. Lox International MT does the job, but unfortunately at the cost of one. Meanwhile, Misfit is still here. Yonche is down already. V is still there. Tony is still good. Sarah is still alive. There's still a chance for Misfit to at least put those numbers up, but definitely not at this point because there's nobody there from that side of the fence. Meanwhile, Mercs for hire have eye set perhaps on not so good games. But that's gonna be a big if there. They're probably just trying to scout this part. So this is gonna be a significant level here for the next few minutes. Scouting those far-reaching buildings, hoping that you have somebody there, or at least nobody's there, to make sure that you can basically pick through, or at least get yourselves in a good mix here. Meanwhile, no good games perhaps using the smoke as a ploy here to get themselves out of that situation. As I mentioned, Mercs for hire on the other end of that fence, sniping away already. Van Dyke pinned down as well. Same thing for Misfits, just trying to hold it off. This is gonna be the situation for the next few minutes here, as we're down to 14. Everyone's holding up their position, trying not to engage, but Barangay eating something from execration here, but could not finish. Barangay will still be alive here for now. Fortunately, Squammy, not a good driving skill right there, but it's alright. We good. We do not judge your driving skills here. That's okay. But Y2K coming in already. Push is gonna be good. But of course, no opponents far in distance, but exquisite here. I set on the long range. But only to realize that there isn't actually a team inside that spot, that house. Lord. Crash. Surprise! Oh, there you go. The surprise engagement. But Van Dyke getting shocked as well, but managing to survive that sneak attack. And now for Exquisite Esports, all driving away, coming into the main zone. At least level 2, level 3 for them is available. As we take a closer look at the map right now, a lot of the teams already into the safe zone. Surprisingly for Karma Gaming, closest to the loot drops, they can have that advantage. For Misfit, well, they could, but it's too risky given the fact that Lox is just around the corner, and even Hive at the back here. Now, of course, the zone favoring way up north, way past Coachera right now. So this is going to be an interesting setup for any of these teams as we're down to 14-49. As we mentioned, this is going to be a long night for any of these teams. But Nades coming in. Van Dyke, ooh, surviving that one. Exquisite Esports coming in for the push. Van Dyke holding over their life. The slide, the catch, manages to break it blue plates, but unfortunately, Exquisite Esports just too good right there. And Van Dyke is done. Not so good games, not so good again for this round, unfortunately, as we're down to 13 teams, 48 players remain.
OMG, so many things happening now around the map as we're now down to the 13 teams. And just like you mentioned, not so good games, technically and metaphorically speaking, not having a good games at this round. Having for the members of M4 or Merch for High Esports trying to engage with members coming from the side of Azra. Exquisite trying to counter engage. But here, this will be a triathlon engage for both sides of the team, having to see a crossfire between both sides. Let's see on who will be the best team for them, or who will be the one that will be sacrificing just to provide cover, and also the backtrack engage. So teams are now ready positioning from one member from the barangay chief trying to provide a back attack, trying with the with the drive by in the side of the merch for hire. But then again, I think they are really aware of what's happening right now. So barangays are now positioning themselves into a much more safer location in order for them to secure a kill, or at least completely wipe out the squad coming from the side of merch for hire esports. So they're taking this slowly. They need to be more silent, strategic at the same time. Hopefully, do not conduct any failures. As right now, it's the perfect picture to paint right now. As merch for hire doesn't even know that the barangay is within at the back ranges of their side. So technically speaking, they can ambush this team as much as they want to, but they need to be really precise and careful once they execute this plan.
They could, but they shouldn't. Barangay Esports doesn't have the advantage on that terrain, especially at this point. With
Mhm.
Mercs for Hire, definitely have all the right cover that they can afford. Now, of course, Execution actually is behind them as
Ooh,
well. So Hachi coming in for the push already. They go for the
yo,
pinch. Hachi coming in close here. And the
ooh,
surprise, nades a bit, but plates it. Oh,
that one.
unfortunately, they did it at the same time. They had about damage here, basically. Yonji trying to go for the finish already against Misfits. And now, advantage on the side of Barangay Esports here. Those be JC Boy coming in from behind. Haruzuki trying to deal with somebody else. JC Boy coming in from the back. Trying to go in for the pinch, but Yonji trying to go in through and through. But Exquisite probably will want to play as well. Genji
Oh,
can basically shut down Haruzuki from the back if he wants to. J-Boy still too busy.
pushing.
Coming in, trying to go for the finish. Slowly but surely. JC. Finish one. Oh, the
Ooh,
trade is still good. No good in there. What a move. Sayles coming into the play here from out of nowhere. Yonjiri is still alive. Haruzuki, unfortunately, needs to bail out. Sayles from the far end there. My goodness, what a play. Blanks way out. Sayles braving the odds this time.
hmm?
Haruzuki needs to have that pull. 4 frags ready. Don't want to waste that. Yonji on the other side. Exquisite on the other. Really weird situation for this one right here. Sayles trying to safely set this one up. This is gonna be the calm before the storm. But I guess who backs out? Who? That's gonna be the big question.
Okay. We're now seeing majority of the players are now heading inside of the building. Sayles launches as a grenade and secures that kill. What a throw! And then that's another point for their side of the team. While other members from the Mercs for Hire are now trying and praying that Haruzuski will not be found by the enemy opponents because he is the last man standing. But here, okay, visibility. So they tried to leave, and they were able to leave the last man standing of the for the merch for hire. Lucky you, but
Oh
oh,
no!
They know.
Ah, that was painful. You survived the first drive. The second one, you just stood up way too early, only to find that somebody else was still there. Oh, hope was unfortunately
Unfortunate.
lost for the Misfits, but nevertheless, 11 squads remain. Exquisite Esports doing an exquisite job right now. But meanwhile, the rest of the team still good and running. Execration here dealing with MSI, Misfit International on the other end of the spectrum with Alpace right at the corner, but said definitely should not engage in the 4B1 situation for sure. Monica on the other end of the spectrum dealing with Emma's hitting it from far range, but unfortunately could not finish it off just yet. But at least that's gonna be a significant damage, cutting down some resources for them as we take a look at the map. 11 squads remaining, 34 players remain for this one. We are headed dead center for our final zone. Lots of open spaces, but for MSI and perhaps Replay Esports still there, they may have the advantage to utilize one of those buildings for cover as we are closer to our top 10 in just a bit as the fire is coming in hotter and hotter and the engagement closer and closer.
Right. Top 10 teams are now secure. 31 players are now still standing. While for the members of Hive, they are still complete, ready to rumble, fully equipped. Now they're trying to push in for the other teams, trying to secure kills. Now they were able to provide the information coming from first. So they know that they are in a safe position. Here, we play same advantage. They're still complete, having one member here from Azra waiting patiently and hoping that other teams won't notice them until the end moments of this match. And I think that's another safe play to do it, as it was also the same thing that 214 Pro was able to do coming from the previous round. So again, the gods is now watching, and the fate and luck may be on their side. But here, majority of coming from replay and execution and um team Hive are still complete, but they didn't know that danger is just lurking around the corner.
This is gonna be an absolute standoff at this point. As you can see,
Mm.
basically the southern side, sorry, the western side of the map is kind of in favor for you, some of the guys here. But we'll have to really hold off for dear life here. As speaking of which, holding off for dear life, Misfit International, 2 frags to their name, 3 members still alive here. We're not actually kind of together. They kind of split up at this point. They're just trying to set up between Karma Gaming at this point. But meanwhile, Karma too busy going in for the long range takedown. Mix trying to shut down DOS here through the long range, but unfortunately getting hit from behind or out of nowhere too as well. They need to bail out already. Karma Gaming getting hit probably from the side of Misfit. Um, Misfit International dealing with execration right now, also with replay as the push coming in from that area. And here we go. DOS still there, holding out for dear life. Karma Gaming trying to finish it off already with the nade. That's about it, I guess, already uh for Alpace Esports for tonight as we're down to the final 8. 23 players still here. As you can see, most of the squads still have at least a 3-man stack, except I guess for uh basically Azrael Blitz. Since Zai is all alone for this evening, so it's just holding on for dear life, praying to the uh zone gods at this point. But now Wakones nades it up at the side of Locks. Still not hitting perfectly, but Locks is just around the corner. Does again, the terrain disadvantage is gonna be difficult for any of these teams. They really need to get themselves footing right, because if they're gonna do this, might not work, or at least put them at a disadvantage.
Exactly, and I think that the Rains may or may be not be the benefit that they are looking for. But right now, 7 teams remaining, 22 players standing, but still in the favor for those team members that have still a complete squad and having to notice that loot crate nearby. So let's see if this will be another bait coming from the other teams. But right now, that the blue zone is starting to get into the health of team execution. So hopefully they'll be able to survive this. But right now, it's going to be hard, as we're now seeing a majority of players are now inside of the safe zone. Locks trying to engage with KG, and they were able to take down 1, 2, and I think potentially another one. But KG fights back with Locks trying to get him out of the zone. But then again, Team KG wins that engagement. Now Hive is trying to by the third party engage. Let's see if they will be able to sustain. But here, first person going down, followed by Moonboy potentially, but A was able to clutch kill against KG and completely wiping out that squad.
And now we're down to our final 5. Hive still up and running. Pretz and range not to a good situation, and it's gonna be one boy here. As meanwhile, Zai is just holding on to dear life, favoring the prayers for this one. Meanwhile, Replay Esports still alive and kicking here with a three-man stack here, but they're holding off their position at this point against the rest of the squads. As you can see, that zone is gonna be too small. It's gonna be a matter of where you're positioning yourselves, which house are you holding off for your setup. Monboy and the rest of Hive basically an open ground disadvantage right now as they're open for execution and MSI, but they're not engaging just yet. Pretz, Banan, and Range all in the reds. Monboy is all good. As you can see, execution here on the other side. Chips is the only one that's kind of okay. But Chips already sees Range. But the vehicle gameplay still survives here. Now it's a matter of Range. Coming into the closure. Molotovs coming in hot. Not connecting. Unfortunately, Zai needs to get out of that situation, or at least survive on prayers and medic. That's gonna be the plan, I guess. That's alright. Kratos, on the other hand, for Replay Esports. Nading it out against Hive. That'll be in a push. Ooh, a bit of an aid, but will not connect. Kratos pinched out already. Execution coming in, but unfortunately got wiped right there by MSI. And it's now down to a final 2. Hive against Replay. Top 2 versus top 2. Full stack versus full stack. Nades coming in out with Pretz. Replay pinned down already. Unfortunately, Kiss goes down with the nade. Pretz trying to finish this one off. Kratos holding on. But the nade again connecting perfectly. Mamba with a takedown from the back. It's just Pretz, Kiss, Kratos. Mamba, 2v2 situation. Kratos coming in. But Monboy, 4v2. Kratos will go kill gods or probably die trying. Monboy coming in. Kratos from the back. Monboy barely has anything left. Mamba coming in. The finish is gonna be there. The trade is gonna be closing in. But of course, Range is still there and good. And it ends right there. Top 1 versus top 2. But somehow, Replay still manages to finish it off with 7 frags and the winner chicken dinner. What a play. What an ending to round number 5.
What a clean comeback from the side of Replay Esports Vitality. Despite their deficit coming from the previous round, this is a literal statement that they will always rise up coming from their defeat. And that's a clear testament that they are sharing with us right now in this match number 5. So once again, congratulations to Replay Esports Vitality for winning match number 5 under Miramar. Despite the new map and constant updates and changes, they were able to adapt yet again for this situation, having to be fully stacked against a fully stacked team, which is it
Hive.
was Hive. Yeah, it was Hive. So really good. Maybe luck and prayers was able to be in favor for them, and also skill. So really, congratulations for their side of the team.
More than luck and prayers, that was absolute skill set. Skill display for Replay Esports. Somebody clip that and put that into the highlights. That was an absolutely masterclass on how to play the numbers disadvantage on your end and put it to good use. The nades were coming in from Hive, shutting down members of Replay Esports, but for somehow when the push comes in, the rotation was really doing well for the side of Replay Esports. They went for the trade. They were all broken down, and basically whatever's left is you have to just aim down hard and take down your opponents. And well, Replay did it better than Hive this time. So congratulations again to Replay Esports for winning match number 5. We are closer and closer to match number 6 as we, of course, closer to the wrap up of day number 1. One more match for this evening, and we're going to have a quick break for you guys. Match number 6 coming your way in just a few minutes here at Heartbreak Warfare PUBG Mobile Tournament. Stick around.
Now, classic maps are here! Experience familiar gameplay, fun reimagined. Start a hide and seek competition. Evade pursuing players. Clever concealment. Where's the safest place to hide? Master the Shadow Blade. Deflect projectiles to defeat enemies. Attain victory! Go to World of Wonder to try out more interesting maps.
Want to experience fast-paced gunfights? Then you definitely can't miss PUBG Mobile's Arena Mode. It's the perfect battleground to hone your skills. Arena features a variety of gameplays with some shared traits. You can slide, automatically heal when outside of combat, and have infinite respawns during the match. Don't worry about becoming a crate and focus on pure combat fun. Team Deathmatch. Before the match, you need to go to the loadout to equip weapons, attachments, and throwables. Arena training. Weapons can be freely picked up at the spawn point. No need to worry about loadouts in advance. Gun game is full of random fun. Every time you defeat an enemy, your weapon will change to something else, from SMGs to rifles to sniper rifles, with the final blow from the pan. Experience the thrill of eliminating enemies with various weapons. Complete arena matches to earn 2 growth gifts. Evo EXP. Increase Evo level to unlock more firearms. Weapon mastery. Increase mastery to unlock more attachments. Want to prove your strength? Join Ranked Arena. Your judgment and on-the-spot decisions are key to victory. The top 1,000 ranked players at the end of the season can obtain the Arena Dominator title. Climb the tiers to get more exclusive arena rewards. Join the arena now and be the next legend.
From the soil reborn life spreads, hidden roots beneath our lands, primal beings where ages breaths. Can you hear the ancient call? To the roots, some to the sky. Watch the darkness liquefy. From the ashes, green will grow. Where starlight waves a living bread, burn the light, the veil of decay.
Hello everyone, welcome once again to PUBG Mobile Esports Heartbreak Warfare Grand Finals Day number 1. This is your favorite Mindset caster, Mischievous Gaming, alongside with my co-caster, JD. So, we were able to see a back-to-back win coming from the side of Team Replay. And despite all their deficit coming from the previous round, they were able to still secure two winner-winner chicken dinners into this day number one of our grand finals. And actually, that's a statement that really burns into towards all of our teams right now, since they need to catch up with everything that happened coming from the top eight teams to the bottom eight. So now the question is, who will rise up into this final match, JD?
Definitely, that's a big question for any of these teams who will finish strong for day number one. But so far, Replay Esports really doing an excellent job. Two winner-winner chicken dinners already at this point. But Hive close to second already for this one. So I'm not
Mhm.
going to be surprised if it's a matter of a toss-up between these two for day number one. But for the rest of the squads, they're doing their utmost best, really performing quite well. This time for Loxid, doing a little bit better than earlier. For Azra, I
Mhm.
have to commend Zai for pushing through the very end and giving them that at least fourth place. For MSI, really excellent execution as well. But for Karma, a little bit falling short already after winning a winner chicken dinner earlier. They're now down to sixth place for that round number five. But again, total points is going to be tallied out at the end of the night, and we will see that in just a bit. But of course, for our final matchup, still here at Miramar, last game of the evening, last chance for any of these teams to really push it off and end day one in a banger situation. But of course, for the rest of those that are already in a good spot for, let's say, for Hive and Replay Esports, it is still not a good idea to relax and just chill out. They still need to
Mhm.
push strong and make sure that they widen the gap between themselves and the other teams that are close second, third, and onwards.
Exactly. And considering this is only day number one of our grand finals, there's still many rooms for improvement into the following days, most especially towards the other teams that's not currently in the top three list. But I think that's also part of the growth story for all of the teams, most especially those that still trying to remove the rust coming from for a long time not playing of PUBG Mobile, or maybe just returning to the scene, or as I mentioned, there are so many grassroots teams that are now really competing, most especially the mentioned a while ago, such as the Barangays and as Real Blitz per se. But I think we were able to really hear about the professional teams such as Hive and Execration showcasing their skills and talents right now. So really excited on who will be the standing out winner chicken dinner for this last match up of the series. But right now, taking into account the current standings, do you think that Team Replay will be going for the three-peat this time, JD?
That's gonna be a tall order, but I will not be surprised if Replay Esports Vitality manages to do so for match number six. But I guess for things to really go well, Hive
Mhm.
needs to step up even better for
Yes,
this game.
exactly.
If they're able to do another winner chicken dinner for this time, I guess sorry, they haven't had a chance to do a winner chicken dinner yet because number one was Replay, two was Azra, three was Karma, four was I lost number four.
Replay.
Four and then five was replaced. So
Yeah, yeah,
six,
yeah.
hopefully, is gonna be Hive's turn. But again, it's gonna be a tall order. They're able to perform consistently, but not able
Mhm.
to finish strong. So they're becoming the bridesmaid, never the bride. So probably it's time for their coronation for day number one. So let's see if that will be the case here for Hive All Stars, or we'll see somebody else take the cake for them again for
Mm.
match number six. Again, back to Miramar, back to the old setup, drive-throughs and all of that things. It's gonna be the same thing again, but again with the level of urgency
Mhm.
across all teams. As this time we're headed up north, coming out from
Ooh.
southeast this time for our map again. 15 squad, 60 players still in the mix for all of this time. Probably I'll leave it to you, Mischievous, where will be the zone here. What's your prediction? I want to see El Pozo actually. At this point, we've
Actually,
seen a bit more on the mid side, so I want to see, I guess, from the west. Let's see.
Yeah, in terms of the trajectory, most of the time it's going to be the far left or right portion of the flight path. So I agree, El Pozo can be an option, but also Villa del Mar can also be a chance because the zone gods is very unpredictable to this point because we were able to see one of the members coming from the side of Azriel earlier was still able to catch up some points due to the placement because of players hard down players for their side of the team. But yeah, that's going to be my prediction. Either El Pozo or Vel Del Mar. Considering also the scarcity of the equipment during in these kinds of locations, maybe it would be a very interesting thing if this is going to be the final battleground, at least near that location. And there we go, almost near to Valdemar, but the middle of Chumaresa.
And we are back where we were for round number 5. Oh, unfortunately,
What?
Jin! Right at the get-go from execution. We're just discussing anything here. And unfortunately, replay, not a good, kind of a bad start here for Jin. But Kiss with the trade there against execution. Kratos coming in against K here. K not in a good spot. But Kratos barely has anything with that UMP9, but a close range.
Oh!
The finish is good. And the takedown is there. But Mamba also down. What a start off with Replay Esports, losing one already in the mix. Mamba closing out, but at least they has an opportunity to come back. But for Execration, I guess they still have two members into the mix here. So that's gonna be either putting them in a better situation, but I guess Kratos is still good now at this point. What a shocker right off the get-go.
was
Losing one already.
was actually surprised when we were just discussing or potentially where will be the safe zone. But as we transitioned, it's not a safe zone for replay taking down one of their key members into this round. So potentially, right now, the mindset of the other players they need to eliminate replay as much as possible. As we are now seeing here, Team Execution trying to provide a better vision and taking down members of Team Replay.
Team Replay, not a good start, but still, they're still there. Whittle
Oh!
coming from the hop top. Ooh, Kiss barely breaking it. But unfortunately, Whittle kinda doesn't have an armor at all. Not a good
Oh!
idea. High ground advantage, but no armor. Not good plan right there. Squammy. Ooh, but barely surviving there as well. Uzi at hand. And another weapon. But still, unfortunately, Replay trying to finish off Execration at this point. Squad wipe looming here. Squammy trying to go up into Kratos, but still has two members on the side here.
The
You
left?
gotta be careful here. Ooh, but a backstab
Oh!
connects right there. Mamba with the finish. Squad wipe for Execution courtesy of Replay here. Great start for the champs. We're gonna leave them first and let them breathe. Meanwhile, Alpace here, still very quiet, and everyone else, much like the others, quiet mode for them, but not for Replay. There's most of these squads still looting in and trying to get whatever they can at this point. Of course, there's still gonna be a long match for any of these teams, but not for Replay for sure. What an intense first few minutes already.
Actually, it's giving like a message that Team Execution was always already on a mission to at least eliminate majority of the players coming from Team Replay, but that mission failed the moment that they were able to get one of the members successfully, yes, but they came for revenge. So they were successfully revenging one of their key members from the side of Team Replay, and they were able to successfully do that. So now they're at the moment they're really fueled with rage right now and hyped up on what can be the possible situations right now and what other maybe teams or squads that has their targets on their back right now. Because for me, if I'm the main enemy target of the team, that really gives me the hype and drive, the adrenaline to really keep up into the game.
Adrenaline is good, but you have to keep focused. So that's what
Mm.
has made Hive Esports really work well as well. That focus, at least that level of consistency, has driven them quite well, at least to second place so far. But hopefully, as I mentioned, there is a chance right now for Hive Esports, given that they are still a four-man stack, to really
Mm.
push themselves to a better situation and perhaps get to the top one and finally get that winner chicken dinner. But again, it all depends on the situation that they're gonna face throughout the evening here as we take a look as well as one of the significant players here at
Mhm.
Lokse, but the numbers are still not driving well for them. And hopefully, at least for match number 6, they're able to do something significant and really put their numbers at least lock it out to top 5. That's gonna be a bit best situation for them, but I don't think that's gonna be the case. At least probably on the top 8. It's still gonna be a tall order for them. Exquisite Esports, same thing as well here. They definitely need to fuel up and really make sure that they're able to lock into at least 5 or 7 frags for themselves, get themselves to the top 5, and secure those numbers quite well to end the night properly. And that goes again for all the teams here for this evening. If they're able to
Mhm.
really do well, at least for the last one, that's gonna put them at least a good situation leading to day 2. But so far, 14 squads still remain, 54 players still in. Hydra still traveling on a drive-through, I guess, basically trying to go into the zone already at this point. But it's just gonna be a matter of time before they find somebody else. But that's gonna probably be the case between Barangay again. Hive and Barangay probably gonna push this other here. Eloy sensing dangers near, hard scoping this one probably, hoping somebody just come out. Hold off
Okay.
already. Try to bait it out. Crazy move here. And the
Uy!
snipe. The back. Oop!
Oh!
Backstab could not connect just yet. But it's still there. Eloy, mind you, is alone. Gets
Oh!
one.
The reload!
The trade gets two. The finish is off right there. 2 frags. Needs to bail out already. What a move by Eloy. Doesn't have any safety. Oh, there's definitely safety ones right there. Chi coming in for a backup. Chi trying to draw the fire against Eloy and Mav here from behind. Here we go. Chi coming in to join the party. But unfortunately, for Hydra, not a good situation for them. Barangay Kyongji from the far end, but needs to bail out. Grenade. Backstab coming in. Up, not yet. But ooh, the pinch is good from Barangay Esports. Never say die attitude right there. Eloy and Kyongri still good for now. 4 frags. What a good start for Barangay Esports.
Definitely, and that jump sealed the fate from the side of the opposing squad. Really good initiation, by the way, coming from Eloy, followed by Chi, just to follow up with the damage, and of course, securing distraction coming from that squad. But right now, in terms of the zone, we're now seeing it starting to move a little bit closer towards Minas del Valle. So portionally, there's potential that our final zone will be located within that area. But right now, some of the team members are still outside of the zone, most especially here NGG. So there's really quick potential for them to really much catch up for the other team players and settle themselves towards the safe zone. But right now, I'm still hoping high hopes from Team Hive right here. Since again, I think they are the uncrowned winner chicken dinners for this day number 1 of our grand finals. But here, from the members of Mercs for Hire Esports, are now engaging from the side of Lux International. So let's see, Forsaken trying to provide information and of course vision for their side of the team. But of course, of those warning shots and lead to a potential usage of the medkits that they have right now. So as we can see here, Swag um technically pinned down and now down for the count. 3 members remaining for the side of Team Mercs for Hire.
Lokse trying to understand the pressure already. Probably
Mhm.
Seiken trying to shut down one member already at this point. But of course, I guess for Mercs for Hire, they'll be able to go out already safely. No engagement at this point from any of the teams, so they will bail out on each other. Probably realizing that it's not gonna be worthwhile just yet, given their current resources. So they want to lick their wounds first and probably get themselves in a better position, better loot, and better equipment for that next engagement. Meanwhile, 2-1 for Hash, one of the crazy surprising teams that we've had earlier for this matchup for day number one. Definitely wants to have that glory one more time, perhaps. Full
Mhm.
stack still good. And a good lineup ready. Three on the helmet, two on the armor for Capo. So that's gonna be a good setup for them. Hopefully for the rest of the team, that's gonna be the same case. Meanwhile, for not so good games, I'm not gonna jinx anymore the situation. I let them be. So whatever is the situation for these guys, what it happens, it happens. But Kiara is definitely on a run right now as he's trying to avoid all contact with not so good games and trying to get to the team of Mercs for Hire right at the very end.
Definitely. And right now, they were able to lose one of the key members, Swag, unfortunately coming from their last encounterment with the squad. So essentially, same with the other teams that has already lost one or at least two members from their side of the team. Needy needs to recuperate and, you know, just go for the dodge tactic as of the moment. If you're one of the top eight, top eight teams for this time around, since the safest bet that you can gain more points is towards the placement that you have. But right now, there's still hope for Team Misfits right now, since they still have the capacity to engage other players, but then again, they would likely do the safer route. While for Team Replay right now, all of the aggression, they still chose aggression right now, as they are now aggressively roaming around the map, just securing and finding information towards other squads to take down, potentially take down, and hope for the best for their side, since they are already having two winner chicken dinners. I think being confident is good, but not too confident. Too confident can lead to a potential downfall for your team if you're going to be eliminated during this time of the round. While for the barangays, really cool, really looking good, as they are starting to get really good resources right now and up to preparing for the end game of this match. So really looking forward to seeing them on that time.
Definitely a surprising setup for Barangay, and of course, consistency still on the side of Replay Esports. Meanwhile, Hive are uncrowned winner chicken dinner recipients, still trying to find an opportunity, of course, to get there. But it's gonna be a long night for them still, as we're still 13 teams away, 45 players still up and running
Mhm.
for this match number 6. This time for 2-1-4 Capo, really positioning themselves significantly spread out. But of course, I don't really see anyone except for Loxe. Perhaps they need to regroup already and get themselves in a better setup. But I guess what they're trying to uh, anticipate right now is how Lox will move towards their area, perhaps realizing that Chumasera will definitely be the spot.
Ooh.
But I guess it's moving way up north by Riela. That will be our spot here, our sweet spot for our zone this evening, as the rest of the squads pushing through already. ALP has access to that drop, so that's gonna put them in a better situation. Hopefully, that materializes with a W. Meanwhile, here for Misfit International, one member down, dealing with it as mentioned earlier, 2-1 for Capo,
Ooh.
losing, winning that engagement rather against Saken. So that patience from Capo and the rest of the crew against Lox really paying off well. And now Lox is kind of scrambling away, trying to find out how they're gonna deal with that, or at least probably engage with 2-1-4 at this point. Meanwhile, Azra dealing with another squad here, but they're kind of backing off already at this point. So maybe it's just a matter of making their presence felt. Perhaps that's gonna be a
Mhm.
big question as we're trying to see the situation here. It's gonna get a bit tricky here as a lot of the squads pushing through this area, and in about a few minutes for sure we're gonna see a little bit of crazy action here as we have one, two, three, four squads in this spot right now. 762 right at the corner, MSI right there, and 214 ready to position themselves against ALP.
Okay, really good positioning right now, as we are now seeing 4 to 5 teams within the area just waiting it out and finding the right opportunity to take down an entire squad. But here, Exquisite finding the position of Team Hives and I think Perks is trying to scramble in order to get into the vehicle. And of course, considering their openness into the terrain, it is not a really good situation for them. But for this type of view, what we're seeing right now, Team Azra, Team Alpace, MSI 214, really good positioning, just waiting for that right moment. So they're likely setting up a trap for each of the squad. But here, Azra Nero having to use a band-aid, a medkit, in order to heal up coming from that sustained damage that we were able to receive coming from the north side. Let's see on how they'll be able to deal with that. But luckily for them, other members coming from Azra are now circling around just to provide also a potential back attack for the opposing squad. Let's see if they will be able to be successful on that strategy that they're trying to implement right now. But I think it's a really interesting enough that they really trust their team members as they execute this plan. As we're now seeing right now, 214 quietly, patiently, similar to the previous rounds, are low key hiding themselves towards the battle.
Low-key hiding, just positioning themselves. They want to have that advantage. As you can see, anybody who push between Misfit and Alpace push through that side, you have already eyes set on their end. Meanwhile, for Exquisite Esports, they actually have a great spot here. They're barely seen
Mm.
by ALP or any other teams. They might have an idea that they're there, but no clean shots. So just gonna be a good advantage for Exquisite Esports that they can utilize against those other teams. Meanwhile, replay way at the back, uh, Karma way out down north, Lox is still there, Barangay Esports coming in, pushing through that spot as well as the zone moves closer in the side of not so good games here, and hopefully that favors them by this time. But she down and out, dealing again with Loxe. Kyongri also down, courtesy of course of Exquisite here. Eloy dealing with the team's challenges right now, hoping those smokes uh, gives them the enough cover to at least come back strong here. And now Barangay Esports coming in for the smokes, really good so far, doing their utmost job. The smokes doing its best, but Eloy and Kyongri still not so good. Vehicle setup perhaps, trying to save it up. That's not gonna be the case. Unfortunately, Eloy, Kyongri, and the rest goes down already, courtesy of Loxe. And Loxe coming in, pushing it out already for the finish here. But there's still a fight left in the other teams here. As Exquisite coming into play as well against Loxe. Sayles, one frag already to her name, to his name rather. And it's now down to top 13. Fighting away his crag. Again, the weird terrain for driving through. This is gonna be a bit of a challenge. You're gonna put yourselves in a bad situation if you're not driving right. Genji, nades coming up. Up top against Loxe, but
Ooh!
it's a surprise! Oh, but the finish could not deliver. Unfortunately, Genji goes down. Loxe advantages, but the blanks coming in. The trade is there. But the finish is still on the side of Exquisite right there. What a trade-off, what a finish. Right now, 214 probably coming into play, but probably heard the situation there. But nah, we're good. Hold it off just one bit. 12 teams remain, 36 players still up and running. This is just gonna be a little bit crazier as we go along. And now 214, Eugene trying to shut down Lori. Bit of a hit. Connects. Trying to go for the finish. Blanks takes a bit of a hit as well. Sayles eats it up as well. Nero shuts down Barangay Hachi from another side of the fence. This is just getting crazier by the minute, and nobody is trying to slow down at this point. Who will emerge victorious? Top 11 in the mix, closing in to our top 10.
Okay, very interesting to see what is happening right now. And despite the zone size with 34 players remaining, I still don't see a lot of engagement because maybe one of the things that it got even smaller this time around. Most probably near the loot crate right now. So be a very, very difficult battle. At the same time, that blue zone can definitely hurt a spot. So they need to be very, very careful along with the other teams that's still outside of the safe zone. So essentially, it's now or never. This will be the final countdown for all of the teams that is still running around the map with 31 players, and let's see on who will be the ones that will be rising up to the top and be winning that winner chicken dinner. So Alpace trying to provide vision as there are no misfits having a very very bad terrain to deal with right now, and they are now engaging. KG Too Cool was able to successfully deal one of the members coming from MSI alongside with Alpace. But here, Alpha 7 was able to at least knock down one of the members and securing another kill, followed by Self. And I think that will be a complete squad wipeout for the side of Team Misfits. But, oh! With that grenade throw coming from Hash, what a completely unexpected turn of events right now. As Azra are now trying to go in, trying to face here all of the members come from the side of Alpace, and of course, securing a squad wipeout can also likely deal with.
Likely dealing with a crazy situation right now. Azra 214 and Alpace dealing with each other right now, but Hash down, almost down. Capo is down as well. It's just gonna be down to Hash and Eugene. 4-2-1-4 here. Kind of paying the price for that engagement, but they're still good. Eugene trying to go through Nero. Long range shot could not connect just yet. As you can see, the situation here in the zone, 7 squads remaining. 214 Hash at the very end. Eugene wide at the corner. Azra here on the side. Capo is still not good, but I guess just waiting for his demise at this point. But no, not so good games also in the mix here. Coming here, Pretz also driving through, but Pretz is not in a good spot right now. He's at wide open range for him with the blown up vehicle as well. Perhaps trying to just not attract any attention at this point, perhaps. But the rest of the crew's still there. Range, decides to engage. Trying to go Eugene. Still not good. Trying to fight it off. That car will explode if he's not careful. Range eats it up. Damage done. Still has an opportunity to survive. And now it is just absolute threats coming in as well. Ooh, but eats it right at the get-go. But the surviving Monboy is there for the assist. Jarrell wants a piece of 214 as well. Long range takedowns versus long range takedowns. Here we go. Unfortunately, Van Dyke goes down. Not so good games, not so good situation once again. Mender on the Reds as well, same as Jarrell. Emin is still good, but they're not in the proper situation to engage at this point. As we take a look, Karma Gaming way out of the corner. As then Nero still there. Hive is pinned down. No good, not so good games is still there in the corner. But we still have 5 squads remaining at this point. Hoping for dear life here. Emin trying to survive for the team. The smoke's coming in down already. And here we go. Final 5. Which one closes in? And the zone is just absolutely eating it up. Who survives this one right here? Oh, by the way, Work for Hire is still alive with Hazuri. He's still there in the mix. Surprise. He's still there.
Okay, this will be the final 5, having one member from the Mercs for High Esports, but I think it's going down for the placement for their side of the team. They are still praying that nobody notices him into this crossfire, but here the play zone has already taken down for Mamba. But KG was able to successfully take down another member. But here, we can see here NGG trying to take down a potential squad against Hive. Oh no, our uncrowned winner chicken dinners. Maybe this will be their time that they will be counted out for the count. But here, majority of players are now pushing in as the zone is now getting smaller, while the members here from KG are taking damage. Grenades are now flashing in. NGG members are now pushing into the side of members of Team NGG. So right now, KG looking into the looking in for the final push. 2v4 situation happening here. Lucy will be taken now down for the count. And I think this will be the final moment for the side of NGGZ as they take down the members coming from the side of KG. They're still holding on. Strong members with strong resiliences. He will not go down without a fight. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. NGG will be the winner for a winner chicken dinner.
Not so good. Finally, it's good for not so good
Mm-hmm.
games for this team. Excellent performance for the last match, finishing strong for the evening. What a way to come back again, of course, for uh Karma Gaming, finishing second right there. Hive, unfortunately, still uncrowned for day number one. And Replay Esports, surprisingly, they were eliminated at the zone. No engagements in the final four earlier. But of course, their position is kind of secured already. But we honestly feel bad for Hive being unable to finish it off until the very end for day number one. But nevertheless, not so good games, securing a W and a excellent performance with Jarrell locking in with 6, Van Dyke with 3, Mender with 2, and Emin with 2 as well. So that's a good way to end of the night. But of course, we're going to be tallying in the scores in just a bit to give you an idea on how day one looks like for all of you. But nevertheless, not so good games. Good game for you guys. Winner, winner, chicken dinner for you on match number 6.
So they were able to secure a very good game despite the name suggests. But very big congratulations to not so good games for winning this round for match number 6 under Miramar. Think it's really good to note that not so good games was able to maximize their low key, at least some portions of the game low key and not really high engaging, as we can see from the kill counts that we were able to show earlier. That they weren't really participating much towards engagement. They were readying up, stocking up the armor, the grenades, the frags. So were able to really much maximize the time that they had alongside with not being noticed by majority of the squads. And I think that's one of the key things that they were able to maximize this time around. But there's still room for improvement coming from the side of the different teams that participated in day number one. They still have hope come in the coming days of day number 2 and 3. So let's see on how all of the teams will be recalibrating their strategies and of course their positioning, no, when it comes to this tournament. So just to give you guys a quick recap from match number 1, we were able to see replay with Rondo winning the match, while for match number 2, Azriel Pro with Erangel, match number 3 with KG, and match number 4 with 214, and match number 5 similar to match number 1 with Team Replay, and lastly but definitely not the least, match number 6 with NGGZ. So congratulations to these teams for winning their respective matches, and of course giving us a really great show this day number 1 of our grand finals here in Heartbreak Warfare.
Congratulations to all the teams, of course, to all our participants for day number one. As we've mentioned, this is a 3-day event, so which
Mhm.
means day two is another chance for any of these teams to really increase their points and, of course, make themselves their presence really felt, and of course get that winner chicken dinner, and as well for day
Mhm.
number 3. But so far, a good day, of course, for Replay Esports Vitality primarily, and a comment section really making their presence felt right there, enjoying their win so far. It is just day one, but of course we still have day 2 and day 3. They need to stay consistent and, of course, focused if they want to win our prize pool for this competition. Of course, for the rest of the squads, this comes to show the level of opponents and the
Mhm.
expertise that they have to deal with. So they might need to go back to the drawing board, readjust their strategies, understand how
Mhm.
well these other players perform, find their weaknesses, and really make sure that they have the right A game and the right mindset when coming in for day 2 tomorrow. But of course,
Mhm.
that is it first for day number 1. What an
Mhm.
awesome night. It is nice to be back on the caster desk. Mischievous, I mean, I have been out for I don't know how long. I miss this. I miss you guys. I miss everything about the desk. So it's such an honor for you, for me to be back here on the microphone and doing one thing I love as well.
Well, welcome back, JD. And of course, we sincerely also missed you having on to the desk. And also, with that comeback, we will be also introducing the prize pool that we have for this tournament. So, Heartbreak Warfare Grand Finals has a total prize pool of $500. Yes, guys, that's dollars, not 500 pesos. So that's really really big prize pool to give away in this kinds of tournament. And considering the competitiveness of our teams, I think it's a really worthwhile prize pool. Don't you think, JD?
Absolutely. I mean, they are showing off really well for these ones. I mean, actually, for some of these squads, I think they're playing for.
Mhm.
Do you think they're playing for a 5 million prize pool? But nevertheless, whatever the value it is, they are giving you an excellent show for this evening. This is just day number one. We still have two more
Mhm.
days to go before we crown our champion at Heartbreak Warfare. But until then, of course, we're gonna sit back. We're gonna rest. We're gonna let them rest as well and
Mhm.
recalibrate all the strategies and their tactics for day number two. I will not be around for day number two. We'll have a new set of casters for you guys
Mhm.
for day number two. But nevertheless, again, thank you very much for having us here. And of course, the people behind this event making this broadcast possible. Thank you very much. And of course, to everyone watching from the beginning till the end of our broadcast, thank you so much. We appreciate all the love and your support for this evening. Thank you guys.
Of course, we want to share this love to everyone. So that's why, if you like these kinds of tournament, please like and subscribe towards all of our official Facebook pages to be updated towards future tournaments. But speaking of future, we are seeing it very, very bright as we are seeing our match resource for match number 6 having NGGZ with the total points of 23, followed by KG securing 11 points, having Hive with 9 points, and Team Replay is still fairly enough in terms of their total standing with 8 points, and Azra Pro with 7 points. While for the rest of the teams, I think they still need to improve on in terms of composition, strategy, and of course map familiarity, considering that we most likely than not that we will be still seeing these two map scenes along the way for day number 2 and 3 into the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. If there are some issues with their gameplay, whether it's map
Mm-hmm.
familiarity or at least probably getting that level of adjustment with whatever weapons they have to deal with, given the scarcity of the situation. So that's something that probably some other teams have to really train themselves again. They have the opportunity to do so. This is just day
Mm-hmm.
one. There's still day two and three for them, but adjustments have to be made ASAP so that they can secure themselves at least on the top five already, or perhaps pull up an amazing upset for the respective teams that are supporting them as well. But for the rest of the consistent ones, consistency is a key. Is good. We're definitely seeing why they're here in the competition, but of course, they need to perform at that same level again for the next 2 days as we take a look at the final results of day number one. And
Mm-hmm.
surprisingly, 1 point advantage for Hive
Ooh.
with Replay Esports coming in close second with 65 points. Again, Hive with 66. This is the level of consistency that we wanted to show you guys. We told you that the uncrowned champions, they may not have the winner chicken dinner, but they have been performing consistently throughout all 6 rounds. Look at that number right there.
Wow.
Meanwhile, of course, Karma Gaming really pulling themselves out quite well with 53 points. No, not so good game, not good games. That last win pushes them to number four. Excellent
Mm-hmm.
job right now for these teams as well. Meanwhile, MSI coming in at number five, ALP at six, tied with Exquisite at number seven, and of course Azra Pro 35, 1 point disadvantage, and the rest, as you can see here, for our top 9 to 16.
Wow, I wasn't really expecting Hive to be number one, considering they didn't win even a single winner chicken dinner. But that proves, GD, that despite not winning each match, as long as you get to kill points, as long as you get into the top leaderboard of the final teams before the chicken dinner, you still have a chance. So I think this is a testament that not all games that you win can secure a guarantee of a top place. So really, really surprising results that we're seeing right now for Team Hive.
Again, this is the partial unofficial results.
Mm-hmm.
There is still gonna be day two for all our fans here
Mm.
watching on behalf of Replay Esports. Do not cry yet. There is still day two for good. That's just a 1 point advantage against Hive. But of course, for Hive Esports, they can rest well that their efforts are well acknowledged. And hopefully, for day two, they actually nail that winner chicken dinner to really cement their legacy. But for the rest of the squads, as you can see with the numbers close by for the rest, there's a significant gap between number one, two, and then three onwards, about the
Mhm.
10 point advantage. So definitely for the rest of the squads from number three to number eight, they have to step up their game really, really well. There's still a chance for them to wrap it up and end day two in a banger. So for that, well, that concludes day
Mhm.
one for us. Again, Mr. Bus, thank you so much for having us here. And of course, our organizers as well. If you want to catch more of us, of course, as always for me, follow me at JD the Caster Dad on all platforms. That's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. No, no Twitter. Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. That's where I at, and YouTube as well. Mr.
Mm.
Bus,
All right. Once again, before we end this segment, we would like to thank everyone who participated in this tournament of Heartbreaks Warfare. And of course, to the organizing committee, thank you so much for having us, JD, as one of your day one casters. And of course, to the community of PUBG Mobile, thank you so much for always supporting these kinds of tournaments. And luckily, hopefully, we'll be able to see more in the future. And of course, if you like this kinds of content, you can also follow me on my socials. That's at MischievousCatsPH on TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram, and soon to be on YouTube. So stay tuned on the following contents and esports happening on my social media channels. And with that, we conclude our day number one of our grand finals here at Heartbreak Warfare PUBG Mobile Tournament. So once again, see you on to the next days of this tournament. My name is Mischievous Gaming along with JD. See you on the next round.
Wow, classic maps are here! Experience familiar gameplay, fun reimagined. Start a hide and seek competition. Evade pursuing players. Clever concealment. Where's the safest place to hide? Master the Shadow Blade. Deflect projectiles to defeat enemies. Attain victory! Go to World of Wonder to try out more interesting maps.
Want to experience fast-paced gunfights? Then you definitely can't miss PUBG Mobile's Arena Mode. It's the perfect battleground to hone your skills. Arena features a variety of gameplay with some shared traits. You can slide, automatically heal when outside of combat, and have infinite respawns during the match. Don't worry about becoming a crate and focus on pure combat fun, Team Deathmatch. Before the match, you need to go to the loadout to equip weapons, attachments, and throwables. Arena training. Weapons can be freely picked up at the spawn point. No need to worry about loadouts in advance. Gun game is full of random fun. Every time you defeat an enemy, your weapon will change to something else, from SMGs to rifles to sniper rifles, with the final blow from the pan. Experience the thrill of eliminating enemies with various weapons. Complete arena matches to earn 2 growth gifts. Evo EXP. Increase Evo level to unlock more firearms. Weapon mastery. Increase mastery to unlock more attachments. Want to prove your strength? Join Ranked Arena. Your judgment and on-the-spot decisions are key to victory. The top 1,000 ranked players at the end of the season can obtain the Arena Dominator title. Climb the tiers to get more exclusive arena rewards. Join the arena now and be the next legend.